Here from Fox 11, I'm Alex Michelson with Christine Devine. You're looking live at pictures of yet another day of demonstrations in the streets of downtown Los Angeles. A lot of this driven originally by concerns about ICE and immigration policy from the Trump administration. Much of it we've seen, though, are anarchists who are just trying to create problems. It's now 4 o'clock. Usually in this time slot, we would be airing TMZ Live, which I actually filled in on today, but that show is being preempted for our live newscast. I'll post that TMZ Live episode later if you want to check that out on my YouTube page. But Christine, we're looking once again in downtown Los Angeles right now.
You're not sure about this activity here with this lone group of protesters or people that arrived there on the scene. What's going on with that? Interesting, looks like some kind of confrontation, or they're detaining this person or working or talking with this person. Anyway, watching a scene here play out in downtown. Again, we have these protests that have happened downtown, which were scheduled for today. It is Monday, a new day after quite a wild weekend here in Southern California. This is day 4 after those immigration and ICE raids that were happening in different parts of Southern California. Okay, it looks like police there came to rescue this person. You have somebody with a police helmet there. You see the baton. Looks like they were in there to either rescue this person from the crowd.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're backing that crowd up. They're backing that crowd up. So don't know if a crowd of agitators were pulling somebody inside or detaining them or cornering them or trying to, somehow they were not happy with this person, it seems, or somehow law enforcement wants to talk to this person there, but they separated this person here from that crowd, and it was getting a little agitated there. And you can see police in formation there to keep that crowd back.
Yeah, and you see somebody with an American flag there. You see somebody wearing a helmet, you know, and look, we've seen these scenes over and over again. People are tense, and a lot of folks are just inflamed. And, you know, it seems like the whole city, or at least this portion of the city, needs to take a deep breath. But, you know, sometimes a mob mentality can take over, and you see people with their cameras in front of the law enforcement and screaming at them and documenting this and everything. And you know, you wonder what's happening on the ground there. So let's, you know, and now this becomes a whole thing.
So something happened with this person and the group in the crowd there that they somehow got him isolated into a situation where police moved in to get him out of their way. Now, for some reason, he's being allowed to address this crowd there, or he is speaking to this crowd here. Not a lot of officers there as the crowd is gathering, as people do, with their cameras, trying to document really everything that is happening. It's a bizarre situation. Not sure which side is which, Alex, on this one.
Yeah.
And why this person continues to speak back at the crowd there while being protected by police.
Yeah. It is a bizarre situation. So hopefully we can kind of get some more sense of what exactly is going on there. Meanwhile, we have our reporter, Christina Gonzalez, who is on the ground in a different location. Christina, as we see you for the first time, where are you and what are you seeing?
Well, let me show you what's happening. This is the Los Angeles side of the federal building, right across from what you were looking at. Let me just have the camera show you. Now, I want to emphasize, a lot of these people came from a very large rally earlier at Grand Park, SEIU rally asking for the release of Werta, who has been released. Some of these other people were young students who have been out here all morning, and they had been also rallying. In the last couple of hours, some of those groups have joined, some of the people who were at Werta. And again, to place it, this is the Los Angeles side of the federal building. And what has happened is they were rallying. All of a sudden, these officers that you see who are with the National Guard came out to the front and they started blocking the doors. Now, I have to emphasize, I have not seen in any way, shape, or form anyone in this crowd trying to do anything like come near those doors or anything. So at this point, it's kind of, they're standing there and the people are on this side. We got a crowd of about maybe 150, 200 people. Some of them are coming back and forth from the other side, which is the Alameda and Aliso, where there's also a very large crowd. Now, what I will tell you, since we have been here all day, LAPD is being backed up. They've got officers backed up. They've got officers here from Ventura, from Montebello. I mean, they brought in officers from all over the place, which they have placed to secure the perimeter of this location and to, in their minds and in their own words, maintain peace with the crowd. At this point, we have seen little skirmishes, people getting into arguments with one another, but truly, I have to say it has been very peaceful. And most of the people who are here are telling us that's the way they want it to be. But you know what? There's so much anger. There is such, I mean, it's palpable. The people here are not, the people in front of me are not out of nowhere. These are not the troublemakers that, you know, sometimes we'll see a protest, kids at the end of a protest. No, this is not what this is. Every one of those people holding a Mexican flag came from the other rally. And every one of those people possibly has a story. Many of them we spoke to telling us about family members they're afraid for, or family members that they can't get in contact with. So there's a palpable sense of anger that has to be acknowledged. Whatever you think, whatever side you believe to be on, these people have a right to be upset because their lives in their minds are being completely turned upside down. These are people who have family members who've been here 30 years. 25 years, who've had jobs, who've bought houses, and suddenly they're wondering if they're going to be deported to countries they haven't been to in many years. So that's why you see so many flags other than the Mexican flag. You're going to see Brazil's over there. You see Panama and Argentina. So they have this point of view, and to that effect, there's a lot of other people who are not Mexicans, who are Anglos, who are also out here. You have a large contingent, Black Lives Matter people were out here earlier. So there's a lot of support for that because what they were told, many of them, is, oh, we're going after criminals. And honestly, they're not seeing that. They're seeing working people get arrested. The water that you just saw thrown at us is not a projectile being thrown at us. It's actually a very nice man trying to get cold water to the people who have been up here. So let's just separate. No, we're not being bombarded with cold water. That has happened. Last night you saw some of the stuff that happens, and we'll see what happens tonight. At this point, there is more law enforcement here that I have seen in the last 2 days. That I have to see. Yeah. And now we have the element of the National Guard, which is what you see in front of you, who are not here, by the way, to support LAPD necessarily. They're here to guard the federal building, which is what you're looking at. And they've made that very clear to us. So keep that in mind. We'll see how it develops. But at this point, there's a lot of anger. No question about it. But at this point, it's peaceful so far. But do not come downtown if you don't want to get involved with this, because the streets are going to be blocked off and you're going to get caught up in this, and it's not pleasant. You don't need to do that.
Christina.
So live in downtown Los Angeles, so far so good. Yes.
Yeah, so you talked real briefly, but just want to let people know, you said Werta. That's David Werta, who is the president of the SEIU, who was taken into custody the other day, which was a huge sort of rallying cry for a lot of the folks out there and a lot of Democratic leaders. You think of the SEIU, one of the most important fundraising tools for Democratic Party politics in California. Many of the leaders knew him. I know high-profile folks like Senator Adam Schiff and Assemblyman Isaac Bryan, others were in that hearing today showing their support for David Werta. Can you talk about what you know about that hearing and what happened with him today?
The hearing, I was not at the hearing because I've been outside keeping an eye on these things. But I know there was a large group standing on the other side of the building where they were waiting for some word on it. And as we came back up, people literally were so happy. They were screaming, Werta has been freed. Werta is being freed. At that point, I asked one of the people from the courthouse who was outside, is that so? And they said, yes. Now, the details of how or what is going on, I do understand we have a camera and a crew waiting to get some statements. I think Schiff is actually over in the courthouse with him. But supposedly what we're hearing on the ground is that David Werta has been freed. Keep in mind, the rally this morning had close to 1,000 people, all screaming together, free him, free Werta. So with that going on, there was a lot of pressure. And you saw, because he was arrested in front of cameras.
Christina?
And it was a very visual arrest. So yes, that is what we're hearing from down here. You might know from your end.
We do. Yes, you're right. There was a video of him, a live shot of him where he has been released. It seemed quite emotional, making some comments about that. So your information is indeed correct. As we are watching this here, you note the peaceful nature of the protest and the people who are out there truly there to talk about immigration, voice their concerns about what's happening in this country regarding immigration. It was has declared a tactical alert. So, Christina, what are you seeing when it comes to LAPD out there?
All right, on the other side of this building, and I don't know if we have a helicopter shot because that's the best way probably to explain this to you. Keep in mind that on the other side, which is Alameda, where you have been seeing for the last 2 days, that's where I was Friday, for example, where the main in-your-face type of stuff has been happening. What they have done there is they have literally blocked the street with law enforcement vehicles. Literally. Now, aside from LAPD, who is concentrating on the street side, I don't know if you can see it from the air because I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
You can, yes.
But then they have the National Guard that is blocking all the entrance to the parking lots. That is where Friday we were looking at the vehicles carrying people who had been arrested in the raids being carried in and people trying to stop them. So that's where they have placed the National Guard people. Now, if you look on the other side, cornering the Alameda side, you're going to see Aliso. Aliso is a street that borders a freeway. And you will see that CHP, which has brought in, I was told by one of the commanders there, close to 400 extra people. They're concentrating on trying to stop anyone from getting on the freeway, especially as we approach rush hour traffic. Now, they're not closing the freeway as far as I know when I left there. Keep in mind, a lot of people continued coming to work. I mean, courts were open. People had to come to court and do what they had to do, and they were able to do that. But in terms of the businesses, for example, a lot of them did not open. Not even, I stopped at the cathedral, even their gift shop closed down. I mean, nothing around this area was open. So traffic coming in was a lot lighter. So you're not going to have probably, hopefully, the kind of traffic you would have on a Monday afternoon at rush hour, and that might help the situation, because honestly, you know, you don't want people caught in this situation, which is why I'm saying don't drive in here if you don't have to. A lot of people try to leave early. A lot of people were trying to just get out of the way in expectation of what's going to happen today, because I think there is a sense that after the last 3 days and all the politics involved with this, that today is the day where LAPD and the local law enforcement is going to have to prove that they can keep things under control. The whole country's watching us. The whole world is watching us. Yep. I am getting text messages from people everywhere. They have this image that all of LA is burning or something. Right. It is not. Obviously, these are very specific areas that are affected, but they're watching. And what Trump is claiming is that this is all out of control. So it behooves LAPD, CHP, and the local law enforcement to show it isn't. And that's very important today, because today is the day that after the weekend people are watching and saying what's going on. And everybody's very conscious of that.
Yeah, and that's interesting, Christina, because we had LA Mayor Karen Bass on with us last night live in our 10 o'clock news, and she made that very point that the protesters if you're really, really interested in sending a message to the Trump administration that their immigration policy is bad, the absolute last thing that you should be doing is violence, because all that does is feed into the narrative that our immigration system is out of control, even though some of those people aren't even immigrants that are doing it. And it feeds into his narrative that you need the National Guard and you need all this lawlessness, and that's something they don't think is true. So the way to disprove that is to show that there is law and order in the streets of Southern California. That was her plea to people, and we'll see if they listen to that today.
Yeah, I mean, I will say every leader in the rallies, there was a big message going out telling people, listen, we know this is hard, but stay peaceful. Stay peaceful. Don't let them paint us as to what we're not. And that has been a big push today. And we're seeing it, and we'll see what happens, because honestly, the majority of these crowds are not involved in the things that you see. They really are not. And at least not from my perspective. That's not what I have seen. Yes, I have seen troublemakers, and I have seen also really angry people get in trouble. But again, that's not the majority of these people. But right now, this is a very important moment in history that we are looking at for many reasons. Look, how many riots, how many insurrections have I covered in the last 40 years in Los Angeles? And I dare say, yes, we don't have what happened 92, 93, where so many people died, thank God, and half the city was burning down. But this image right now that is going out is very important. We did not have social media back then. The world is watching everything that is done here. And they know that. So they know they need to put that out there. The question is, will they be able to when the tempers get hot? And it happens. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see and step back and hopefully, you know, people listen. And if things happen, it's nothing major, because the worst thing that could happen with this, beyond anything, is that anybody gets hurt.
Right.
On either side. Nobody. Everybody wants to go home at the end of the day.
This shot,
we're all
Christina,
human beings. Those officers there, we are, you know?
We're looking right now at the very part of the freeway that was shut down yesterday, where those CHP cars were stuck. One was burned. Now you have this staging here of law enforcement officers right there. And that wider shot, you could see they were actually on top of that overpass where the crowd had gathered, people throwing those rocks and scooters down onto law enforcement vehicles. So right now you're looking at the 101 freeway, wide open to traffic, wide open to Angelenos, and law enforcement really is occupying that part of the overpass where protesters were so violent yesterday. And there you see that crowd there of protesters, a much, much smaller group yesterday, but also, Christina,
it's the work day, too.
It's a work day, correct. But also the different picture is those National Guards people there that are in front of the crowd. And you could see the woman in a white there in the very, very front trying to talk at them or with them. And one of the members of the National Guard was talking back with some of them in the front.
The point, Christina, I think you made about social media is such an interesting point, because you know, the news has been accused of the phrase, you know, if it bleeds, it leads. Basically, we oftentimes will see the most sensationalistic images because that's what viewers want to see, and that's what happens. It's sort of human nature. And that's multiplied like 10x on social media, where you get even shorter clips of stuff, which really doesn't have nuance. And some of it is AI generated at this time. And when you're scrolling through a feed, you know, you only see oftentimes the images of the fires and the craziness and everything. And to the point that most of the country does think that like all of LA is on fire. And the reality is there's a few small pockets that have had some real problems. And the overwhelming majority of the city is business as usual today. But that image doesn't get out there. Right? I saw so many comments, Christine, I'll bring in a second, that said, I haven't seen any images of peaceful protest. And it's like, because on your feed, your algorithm is not giving you any images of peaceful protest, because most people don't want to see those images. What they want to see is the stuff that makes them angry. And that's not what you're looking at right now, a bunch of people holding flags quietly. It's all those images of all the destruction.
And that's why I wanted to give you this perspective point, because sometimes when we're inside the crowd, it looks like it's a lot crazier than it is. And sometimes we want to be inside the crowd to talk to people and so forth. But when you step back a little bit, and in this vantage point that we can give you, you know, you can see what is happening. Now, yes, there are people screaming at the officers, and it's interesting. When I got here this morning and I walked from the cathedral all around to LAPD headquarters, I was looking at some of the damage, and I was talking to some of the officers, you know, I was asking one of them, and he didn't want to go on camera. They can't. I said, you know, you're from this community, and he happened to be Latino. And I said, how do you feel when you see this happening in front of you as an officer? And, you know, he looked at me and goes, you know, if people knew how hard it is. And that doesn't make it right, it doesn't make it wrong, but I think sometimes we forget that at the end of it, we are all human beings.
Right.
And that gets lost when things get pushed forward for political reasons and social media feeds and whatever. And I am a victim of that. I was looking at all of it last night. I just don't, you know, I got to step back and just not look at it for a while and remind myself, you know, for every horrible thing we see, I see a wonderful human being out here doing something wonderful.
Well,
but that's my way of dealing with it.
Yeah, you make a point.
Everybody has their way of dealing with it, but we can go down a rabbit hole that is really dangerous, especially if we are the people who are supposed to be bearing witness. You know, it is not my job to tell the story. It is my job to allow the people to tell their story. You know, and sometimes people don't like me because of that, and sometimes they do, and that's okay. But that's what we are all trying to do, respectfully, as much as we can. And this is why it's important to step back sometimes and just let it see. Now, if something happens, we're here. We try to put context on it. But everybody who's just watching their social media feed, you're getting an algorithm. You're right, Alex, of what you see, and it's going to be usually the worst stuff about people.
Yeah.
So let us
that's
note
sad,
that,
because that's not necessarily what that doesn't mean that there's no trouble. You know what? There were some really troublemakers in the last 2 nights that have created some problems. But I've seen much worse damage downtown. So I can say that.
We'll sum up
we'll
what
see.
you're
We have to put it in
here.
perspective.
Yeah, we'll sum up what you're showing us right here, which is that peaceful protest in front of the federal building. Law enforcement very present there. Actually, even on the wider shot, a lot of law enforcement present there. We do have sound from David Werta, the SEIU president, who was taken into custody during one of the pursuits here. He was arrested. He is now out on bond, and he gave a quick interview to the media. Let's listen to see what he had to say.
Real quick, it was, so I just want to say that when we're here, there's protests outside. That means in there, they're in lockdown right now. They're in lockdown. They cannot come out of their cells. Not even to eat. They cannot come out.
Hey, stop that. Who's that?
The detainees. They cannot come out. So while this is happening, they cannot come out. There's also the risk, they also cannot see their lawyers. And to a certain extent, they cannot also do court hearings that are so important. Because had I not had my court hearing today, I thought I would be standing here today. Justice we will have our time for justice, but we must do it in a way that we demonstrate the power of working together across this country and stand united against.
Hey, David. Let's keep going.
That's David Werta, the SEIU president, who is now out on bond, but still has more legal fight ahead. He was part of an effort to, while ICE was doing its job, the law enforcement says he got in the way, and they're charging him with conspiracy to impede an officer in connection with alleged actions during that immigration raid. And so out on $50,000 bond, and as part of the condition for that, he cannot knowingly be within 100 yards of federal agents or operations. But we know he's got a big voice and a lot of people who are big supporters of him, and one of the most influential labor unions of all. And he has fought so many times for others, and now a lot of people are coming to fight for him. He's really become a symbol in this fight. David Werta now free for now as his legal fight continues.
And that prompted his being in custody and arrested prompted today's rally. And you see this is probably a lot of the spillover crowd from Grand Park there now at that federal building there. And Christina Gonzalez has been going live for almost a half an hour for us right here. And we've seen no real commotion here. We've seen no true unrest here. We've seen the crowd peacefully standing there. You can see that they are talking or yelling or trying to communicate something to the officers there as well. But it's been, as Christina Gonzalez has said, a peaceful protest. We should remind you, though, in the wider shot, you can see a whole lot of LAPD officers and their vehicles not too far from this scene, almost as if there are, if not more officers, quite an abundance of officers compared to the amount of people at this protest.
An interesting note just coming out on X from the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, who just put out that I was just informed that Trump, the president, is deploying another 2,000 guard troops to LA. The first 2,000, he says, were given no food or water. Only approximately 300 are deployed. The rest are sitting unused in federal buildings without orders. This isn't about public safety. It's about stoking a dangerous president's ego. This is reckless, pointless, and disrespectful to our troops. Obviously, that's his perspective. We know the White House has a different perspective, but he has spent much of the day highlighting pictures and news reporting of some of the conditions that some of these troops have been in because there wasn't more of a plan sort of getting them ready for this, that some been on the floor and sleeping on the floor, not had a lot of space, and so he's been pointing that out. But that would be some news. Haven't had that officially come out from the White House, but an idea of 2,000 more guard troops would be something new.
As we watch this, a reminder about the David Werta case, the SEIU president who has been released today after a hearing. And he talked about he got a hearing and noticed that other people who are being detained are still waiting for their hearings. And he said they are in cells and can't get out. He also said to reporters that he did not intend to get arrested, that he is an advocate. Oh, okay, the crowd's moving. Something's happening here. Something's happening here. The crowd is moving.
What just happened?
Who knows if somebody threw something.
This is how quickly it can change, right?
Right. I was looking at my notes, so I didn't catch if there was something that instigated the crowd or the officers, but somehow there was an effort to push that crowd back. Christina Gonzalez, let's go to you.
Yeah, so what happens is I believe some of the crowd got a little bit too close to the officers. And if you see on the left of your screen, that man with that weapon, that's a gas canister weapon. So that will send out gas. And so he threatened to do that, and the crowd backed out for a little bit. You can hear the people over here screaming at somebody who just threw a bottle because they don't want them to. Somebody from the crowd threw a bottle at the officers, and you can hear the people here saying, don't, no, no. As a matter of fact, some of the people here are going to go down there and try to stop them because they don't want this to go that route. It's a kind of an interesting dynamic seeing that. But yeah, somebody got a little too close. And they moved forward, but they backed off a little bit. I think it's just a matter of getting a little space between the officers and the people in front. But I don't see anybody getting arrested from this perspective. But again, this is the way, if they really want to move that crowd back, they're going to use the gas to move them back, which is really annoying. I have to say people are here prepared for it. Some are. You can see that there are people actually who brought some gas masks and stuff. And what's interesting is that some of those people were not the usual people I would have seen doing that. Not like the young people who are trouble. Again, I've seen a lot of people who are not that type bringing a little gas mask that they bought in Amazon because they want to be able to stay, not be able to create trouble, but they know that they're probably going to get gas because it has been used to move back the crowd. It's one way to do it without hurting people. So that's what you're looking for. You see the crowd moving back in. But at this point, if they keep on going back in, it's going to happen again because they're going to try to move them back. Although they're letting them have the street. Los Angeles is completely blocked by people. And the whole area around the federal enclosure is completely blocked off. as you can see from the helicopter. And in the middle of all this, I don't know if you can hear me, Al. Go to your left of the man with, there's a man with these yellow flowers. Oh, he stopped. But we actually have people who are entertaining the crowd. Let's see if he does it again, because in the middle of all this going on, there's a man doing tumbling flowers and another one who's tumbling. You know, it's kind of the scene as if it were a gathering at a party, but he's moving back now, the guy with the flowers, if we see him do it again. But for a long time, this has been a very kind of almost festive corner for some of the people who don't want to be involved in the screaming. But yes, right now what you do have is what you see in these things, which is the screaming. Somebody at some point is going to have to give. And the question is who and how.
Well,
if it goes long enough, people begin to disperse on their own, but we'll see.
there's a bit of leadership often with protests. I see somebody down there walking by handing out water bottles. There's another sign in the crowd that says first aid. You said the crowd had some kind of people of leadership kind of action saying, stop, don't throw bottles. Are you seeing a coordinated
I'll tell you, no,
there?
it's not a leadership. I gotta stop you, because this is the weird thing about this crowd. No, there isn't an organization leader at this point. Many of them came from much more organized crowds. But this is very organic. The people handing out water, I talked to them earlier, they just showed up. They just wanted to help. The people who were next to me trying to run down to stop the people who were throwing water bottles are not the leaders of this group. They're just here. So it's kind of like an organic situation. It really is a leaderless group. Maybe small groups have people, but it's not like just one person that is telling everybody what to do, which is why I can't tell you what they're going to do. Usually, if that were the case, they'd say, oh, we're going to march north on the street and down. That's not what's happening here. People are just coming, and as they see it on social media, more people come down.
So you're saying at Grand Park.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, at Grand Park, when they had the news conference or the rally earlier, that was more organized with leadership, and this is kind of the spillover?
Yes, very much so. The people that you see here, somewhere in Grand Park, somewhere in Werta Street, a large contingent was a group of students who started a rally here at 11. So it's a different people. It's not like one leader telling all these people what to do. We've seen it kind of evolve and grow this way, but it's not. No, it's very organic. It really is. Let's see to the right over here what's going on, because that group over there with the flags. Somebody's trying to talk to somebody. Somebody's trying to they were trying to approach some of the National Guardsmen to talk to them, but I don't think that's going to happen. And in some of these groups, you'll see somebody trying to coordinate. Hey, can we do this? Can we do that? But no, nothing that I see here that is very organized. Not on this end of things. Maybe on the other side, but not here. Completely organic.
Christina, obviously the issue of illegal immigration is a complicated one that's nuanced, that has a whole lot of feelings on it. What are the people that you're talking to, and I know people have different perspectives, think should happen if somebody is here illegally? And do they think that itself is wrong?
So let me repeat, because I have a lot of noise. You want to get a sense of what people here think if somebody's in this country illegally?
Yeah, what
they think about that. I think the majority of the people around me say
there are people that are watching this that feel, okay, if you're here illegally, the ICE has a legal right to deport you, and they're just doing their jobs, and it's wrong to try to stop them from doing their jobs. What do these folks say?
Well, I'm not trying to talk to some people, but I will give you the sense. It's a very complicated question. There is a difference. They're the people who are going to tell you everybody should open borders. That's one end of the spectrum. But I think what has drawn so many people here right now, that man over there?
Yeah, he's a big social media star.
What's his name?
I think Hassan Piper.
Oh, so you're looking at Hassan. Thank you very much. Hassan Piper is a big social media star, and that's people are going up to him. But I'm not sure if it is, but it looks like him.
He is a big social media star.
But we get a lot of people from social media coming and going, taking pictures. Back to your question.
Yeah.
I think that the anger in the majority of people is, if suddenly tomorrow they said, okay, we're going to close borders and we're not going to let in people illegally, that's one thing. Going after people who've been here for 30 years and have been allowed to stay and create lives, who are our neighbors, a lot of people have a problem with that. I don't know. Let me ask around. Can I talk to you? Are you here?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from New Jersey, but I've been living here for about a year and a half.
Okay, so this gentleman is talking to us. You're looking at the picture, but I see you here. My anchors were asking for the people who are here for the protest. What brings you here? The rally to protest?
The rally, the lack of due process, the rounding up people at their jobs, mostly, at schools, like taking parents away from their kids' graduations. That's a step too far, in my opinion.
Now, when they say, well, these people just entered illegally yesterday, does that change your mind at all?
I'm not so sure. I agree that there should be, border control has a job to do. Mm-hmm. But I think you were saying earlier that people who have been here for 10, 20, 30 years making lives, those people should be given opportunity for citizenship rather than just put in a detention center and sent away.
You see it? And what I'm hearing from this, thank you so much for talking to us. What I'm hearing from him, I hear a lot. And keep in mind, look, I have covered immigration, which is a much more complicated issue that I would even pretend to try to fix. But I'll tell you this. I have been through 2 rounds of pardons and letting people stay here. And then they do that, and then they do nothing else. And then they expect people to suddenly understand why in one administration suddenly they want to close everything down. This problem is a problem not of this administration or the past administration or the administration before. This has been going on for many, many years, and every administration passes it to the next one. And there's, and yes, there'll be the pardons, there'll be this for a little bit, but honestly, it's not fixed. And until people start thinking long term, how are we going to deal with this? Not just closing the border and kicking out everybody who's been here either, which is the other extreme. When we're honestly ready for that discussion, then perhaps something can be done. But it's our own fault that we are where we're at, because nobody's wanted to really deal with it. And when you suddenly deal with it with no holds bar, it's people some people anyway have a hard time swallowing that.
The last time
there's our guy. He's doing the entertainment back here. We're seeing that people are trying to keep the crowd happy and light and the perimeter of it, and just keep things light. But still, again, in the front of the crowd, you see that they're getting a little closer and closer and closer, and hopefully it won't turn into anything. But that answers your question. Let me see if anybody else here wants to. You're a young man. Is it okay if I talk to you? All right. What's your first name?
Victor Montiel.
Victor. And are you from here, from LA area?
Yeah.
Okay. So talk to me about, as you see this crowd, what's going through your heart and what brings you here? Talk to me. How old are you, first of all? Because you're pretty young.
Right now I'm 19. I'm a college student. I'm doing the same thing what you're doing journalism.
Oh, so you guys are doing the journalism for your school. Okay. So talk to me about what goes through your heart when you're doing this and what you're seeing here.
I see that we're documenting what the struggle of the people are and what people are facing through decades of, dehumanization in a sense of way. And I feel like it's understanding each other as people. Seeing this is empowering and is good. Seeing the both sides and see how this area of Los Angeles, how people come all over Orange County, San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita, Palmdale, and they come to one area to support. Yeah. And now you don't only see one race of people, you see blacks, you see whites, and that's what's beautiful. And what I think is really important right now is having more people united instead of, oh, you voted for this guy, you voted for this, or you're this. No, we're all the same. We all bleed at the end of the day.
Now, I gather you may have family members who may have at some point come into this country illegally. I don't know if they have.
Yeah.
I'm asking, okay. How's your family doing with this? Because I know all my friends are terrified. They don't want to send kids to school. Parents don't want to go to work. People I know. But you tell me what your perspective.
My perspective, you can't really do nothing about it and you can't really be fearing. Because at the end of the day, it is what it is.
We're okay. You're with Fox?
No, with Channel 11, the local.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
it's okay.
I saw the Fox and
Are
Yeah.
you sure you're not with Fox?
No, I'm not with the network. No, but okay.
She's not. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, I thought.
No, that's okay. No, it's okay, and I understand that. And that is an understandable.
Okay, thank you.
No, it's an understandable question because a lot of people
Christina,
don't like
we're gonna
the
take
point
it
of view
back
of the Fox
here.
network. That's understandable.
Christina, we're going to take it back to you. We've got a news conference with several mayors from different parts of Southern California, community cities. We're going to go to that news conference.
Yeah, and just to not make that weird and awkward, we know that there are different perspectives, and some people love the Fox News channel, some people don't. We're technically owned by them, but we operate and do kind of our own thing, and we do our straight news journalism, and they do a good job of doing what they do, and we do what we do, and that is what it is.
And
So-
right here, the mayor of Huntington Park, Mayor Arturo Flores, at the podium right there. We're told he's joined by mayors from other surrounding communities and obviously law enforcement as
and
well.
these are some of the most heavily Latino cities really in the country.
Getting ready to start. Good afternoon. I want to thank you guys all for joining me today. My name is Arturo Flores. I'm the mayor for the city of Huntington Park. I'm joined today by my colleagues from neighboring cities. I have the mayor, Rita Soto, from the city of Linwood. I have the mayor, Elizabeth Alcantar, from the city of Cudahy. And I'm also joined by my colleagues, Vice Mayor Eddie Martinez, Councilmember Jonathan Sanabria, Councilwoman Nancy Martiz, and Councilwoman Karina Macias, as well by our own Chief of Police, Cosme Lozano. I want to thank you guys for joining us here today. Not only as a mayor, but also as a citizen of this country who fought in 2 wars, and as a resident that understands the pulse of our community, hardworking families, strong neighborhoods, and a city that believes in fairness and dignity. This city is aware of the presence of immigration and customs enforcement agents that conducted an operation this morning at approximately 7:30 in the morning, 3040 Slauson Avenue. As of now, the city has not received any confirmation of who was arrested, how many individuals were arrested, or where they were taken. We're unable to confirm any of that. I was part of the LA County's meeting that took place where they said that they will be conducting operations of this nature for the next 30 days. The reason for this press conference, and we're calling it, is to denounce the actions that are being taken by the federal government. I want to make it very clear. The Trump administration's immigration policy was centered around public safety. The actions that we're seeing take place not only in Los Angeles, but throughout the region are counterintuitive to that narrative. What we're seeing is arbitrary enforcement of anybody that essentially looks or might be Latino in areas where they might be trying to find work or employment. With that being said, this morning there was a graduation. Just to give you an example of the type of fear that this sows. Miles Elementary was graduating at HP High School. Very quickly, rumors started spreading that ICE was outside. The auditorium erupted into chaos. Families that were supposed to be celebrating one of their child's achievements, a milestone, was turned into a horror and terrifying experience with the fear that they might not be able to spend the next day or continue to be a part of their family. That's the type of situations that our community is dealing with, and that's the type of the reason why we're standing up, myself as a mayor, and condemning these types of actions. I do want to highlight that these types of actions also sow division between law enforcement and our residents. I'm going to be inviting the Chief of Police to come up here. He has a message that will be conveyed in English and Spanish to our community members regarding the relationship between the community and law enforcement. I'm inviting now Chief Cosme Lozano.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My name is Cosme Lozano. I am the Huntington Park Chief of Police. And I just want to reassure the community and send a message that the Huntington Park Police Department does align with state law. We are not federal agents. We are local police officers. We do not enforce federal law, nor do we assist federal agents in immigration enforcement. We work very hard at maintaining trust with our community members. We never concern ourselves, our police officers never concern themselves with the immigration status of any resident in our community. I do plead with members of the community, if you are going to exercise your constitutional rights, to do so in peaceful protest and to not engage in any infractionary or criminal activity. Any concerns can be directed to the police department, or if anybody wants to report any criminal activity or anything that concerns them, obviously call our dispatch center, and our police officers and dispatchers will be happy to help you with that. En español les quiero reforzar a los miembros de la comunidad que el Departamento de Policía obedece las leyes de California. No somos agentes federales,
we've been
somos
listening to this
oficiales.
press conference. Obviously, it's important for them to communicate in Spanish in these cities. There's a large Spanish-speaking population as well. And this has been part of the question and challenge and debate about what this sanctuary policy is all about. A lot of folks in local law enforcement are fans of the idea of sanctuary policy, essentially because they want to be able to win the trust of the local community and be able to work with people who may be in this country illegally but are victims of a crime or are witnesses to a crime or involved some way, so that there can be more of a collaborative effort on that front, and that people are not living in the shadows. There are other members of law enforcement who feel like if they were able to cooperate with ICE and if the state honored ICE detainer requests, that it would actually make people safer, and that some of this action could be done behind bars instead of being done in the streets like these folks are talking about. Let's listen in now.
It's really, really sad to see all the situations that are happening here for our residents, for our communities. I just come in from one of the graduations that we have over there in Linwood, one of the high schools, and we see the fear of our families, and it's so emotional and difficult to see all this. And we were like telling them, yes, everything is okay, it's going to be okay. The district is working diligent to be sure that everything is okay. We are patrolling the areas around. Our sheriff department is also helping to be sure that everything is everybody's safe. Just in the morning, we receive a call and residents pictures that they are ICE stopped by Plaza Mexico, just only come in and out. And also 1 hour ago, other residents and also our staff members from the city saw those trucks patrolling also Martin Luther King and Long Beach Boulevard. That means they are around our community right now. I don't know if they are checking to be on certain points later on, but it's really disturbing our community, and especially now that our residents are celebrating the milestone with their kids, with their students. Then this is so difficult, but I want the community to know that we're here to protect them, that we are here, we're working diligent to be sure that everything is safe, and we're gonna try our best to be sure they are on the best situation right now. Soy la concejal de la alcaldesa de la ciudad de Linwood, Rita Soto.
We are hearing from mayors from Huntington Park and Linwood right now, as Alex mentioned, some of the neighboring cities to Los Angeles who are heavily Latino, people who are watching perhaps from other parts of the country or the world. We should note that Los Angeles is a city amongst many smaller cities. Think Santa Monica. Huntington Park is one of them. It is to the east of LA. And these are communities that are very concerned about this immigration policy that's being carried out right now by the Trump administration. And we think of many of them who've been here for years and years and years, living amongst the community with their children in school. Many have their children that were born in this country.
Yeah.
And you heard from the superintendent from LA Unified talking today saying, I know that many parents are thinking about where their kids would go if they're detained and should they attend graduations. And he even said, if you feel like it is unsafe for you, you can watch the graduation online. A reminder now that there are graduations happening of all sorts with elementary and junior high and high schools happening in these various cities across Southern California, not just the city of LA.
Right, because there are 87 cities in LA County alone. 87 cities, 87 different mayors. I always hate when we refer to the mayor, because there are a lot of mayors. and you're seeing some of them speaking right now. And the city of Los Angeles itself is about 50% Latino. The state of California is about 40% Latino. The state of California has more undocumented folks than anywhere else in the country, some 2.4 million people who are living here illegally. And so you think about that number is a significant one. And many of them have kids that are American citizens or family members that are, and that are in families with different immigration statuses. Let's listen in to more of this.
Being here today, my name is Elizabeth Alcantar Loza. I am the mayor for the city of Cudahy, and I'm here to lend my support to our Southeast communities. Our Southeast communities are under attack. They are seeing what is happening in neighboring cities, and I think for a lot of our folks, the fear is the point. Mi nombre es Elizabeth Alcantar Loza. Soy la alcaldesa de la ciudad de Cudahy y estoy aquí para prestar mi apoyo a nuestras comunidades de un lado que están viendo un ataque en nuestra comunidad.
They are speaking in Spanish because much of their constituents might be only Spanish speaking. It's important for them to get the information out. This is the third mayor we're hearing from, as she mentioned, the Southeast communities. So again, for reference, if you've never been to Los Angeles or you don't really know the layout, think of the 10 freeway and head east from the city of Los Angeles, and you'll hit a lot of these communities to the north or to the south or farther east. So we're noting we've been hearing from Mayor Karen Bass throughout these 4 days of protests, but very important, Alex, to consider and think of these smaller communities.
I see Matthew Seedorf, our reporter, looks like he's ready to go. And Matthew, I don't know if you can hear us. Where are you at as we check in with you for the first time today? We can't hear you yet. Hopefully we can get that mic turned on somehow.
Check, check, 1, 2.
There we go.
Yep.
Now we got you.
We hear you. Yes.
You got us?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're at Los Angeles and Temple, also outside the federal building where I believe Christina Gonzalez is live. You can see the crowds just coming in and almost feel the energy building. We've been seeing people up here at Los Angeles and Temple doing donuts in the street. And then if you look out here, this is the federal building right now. The National Guard is protecting the steps with, it looks like, federal police next to them. I don't know if you can see, but further down off of Los Angeles Street towards the 101, there's a line of local police, it looks like, trying to prevent people from going towards the 101 this afternoon, like what we saw yesterday. But again, you have this massive crowd outside the federal building. We're seeing people getting dropped off, lots of people wearing masks, they're carrying milk jugs, prepping for whatever that they're prepping for, just in case there is more clashes with police tonight. But we see someone juggling right now. But again, this car, if you look at Los Angeles Street and Temple, this is the car we've been seeing doing donuts in the intersection here for the last 30 minutes or so. Actually, someone's climbing this light pole right now on Temple Street. So you can just feel an energy in the air of uncertainty after the last few nights of what we've experienced across LA, as this person again climbing a light pole here, and there's no local police at this intersection where we're standing right now. So,
well, we do know on the other side.
Are outside the federal building.
Yeah. On the other side, again, the other side from you.
Is there anywhere we could find a cop nearby? Okay.
The box right there on the left.
Yeah. So I noticed the way.
We do see police.
Yeah, I noticed the way they have you set up today. It looks like you got a bunch of media colleagues. Is this sort of an intentional thing to kind of keep everybody safe in their quarters with their security? I mean, is it a different setup than what we've seen in terms of just the sort of chaos of the previous couple days?
Yeah, I think it's just people trying to stay safe after what we've seen. You know, you don't want to get too close to the action where you could get hit by a rubber bullet or a rock that's being thrown from protesters towards police as well. As it looks like, we have people right now, look at this, dropping off food and water. I mean, preparations are underway for what could be a long night right now.
Interesting to see that. Christina Gonzalez was saying that this is not an organized rally like we saw earlier in the day, where you have the different organizations that are backing some of these protests. This is more, she said, organic, and maybe that's what you're seeing there. I'm hoping that is...
What are those boxes?
Are those masks of some sort? Are those gas
I'm trying to
masks?
see
that doesn't look like food.
Yeah,
and
those
water.
are...
Looks like masks.
Yeah, no, those are masks. Yeah, so people are prepping for some sort of altercation with police as we speak.
Yeah, because, this is a different scene than what
this intersection, like I
Yeah. I mean, we saw
at this intersection, like I said, there's no local police. We've been seeing the burnouts.
A very different scene. And are those hats that you wear that are more like helmets? I mean, this is a worrying sight. I mean, Christina's site, which is like very close by, she was describing a festive atmosphere, and it looked like a lot of folks, including a lot of older folks, who were there for the right reasons.
This guy's tagging the sidewalk, right?
You know, this is troublemakers. You probably don't put on a mask unless you have a plan of not wanting somebody to see your face. And so this is concerning.
Well, the woman who was handing out the masks, you see her quite clearly there in that beige T-shirt. She's not covering her face at all, so I would love to hear from her as to what this is about. Alex, you do bring up the fact that this could be very concerning. It is a Monday and not the weekend, so you're wondering how many people are wanting to stick around through the evening. Matthew, do you get a feel at all for this crowd? You've been out there for the past couple days.
Yeah, it reminds me of when we got to Paramount on Saturday. Here we have another person doing a little bit of a burnout there in the intersection, where you can feel an energy in the air. It's hard to describe, where it just feels like something's going to happen and you're waiting for it to happen. And you can look around, you see the National Guard in front of the federal building, but as far as this intersection where we're seeing all this take place, there's no local police to be seen.
Yeah.
And we have people handing out masks and gas masks, and we just saw people graffitiing the sidewalk right in front of this truck, and we've seen people doing burnouts in the street, and there's no local law enforcement around.
Let us clarify, because we've been showing a wide shot and from a different angle, a whole lot of officers on the other side of the federal building, almost behind you, and perhaps the visual is obstructed from your point of view, but I can tell you there are many, many, many LAPD cars and officers there that have staged. They are blocking that freeway overpass, so protesters can't get on that overpass like they did yesterday and throw bricks or concrete or scooters down on law enforcement that was below that had cleared the 101 freeway. So perhaps they're not where you are, but there's a lot of them already positioned there. They're not getting caught off guard by a crowd gathered here.
So, I mean, that was quite a shot that we have there of these folks, and your photographer just gave us a great shot of the box that was left behind, which showed the brand of mask. I mean, it's not the kind of thing, thank you for seeing this there. It looks like a bionic shield is what that's called. I mean, that's not the kind of thing that you buy in bulk if you don't plan on doing something with it. And the fact that that's being handed out kind of like candy to everybody there gives you an indication that these folks probably plan to be here for a while, and they feel like they got to load up. I mean, that reminds me, Matthew, of when you were reporting at UCLA, and we had those tents set up by a lot of the folks that were anti-Israel, and they kind of were getting ready for potential battle at night too, based off of their gear.
Yeah, I remember back to that. They were setting up their encampment, right? So they were bringing in stuff for their tents, their camping equipment, and then you were seeing truckloads of food being dropped off. Now this time we have truckloads of masks being dropped off for whatever's to come later tonight. Like I said, again, you can feel an energy in the air of uncertainty and just kind of waiting for something to happen, whatever that is.
And Matthew, you can't see necessarily, unless you have a monitor there, the shot we just showed of all the law enforcement that is just to the other side of you, behind you. there is quite a presence. Now, I'm not sure why they don't have officers on this side of the federal building on Temple Street there, but behind you, they are there in force. Now, perhaps law enforcement will see the picture that we just showed there, as well as the other media that is there lined up there with you. And obviously, those people that were dropping off the masks, they weren't shy about showing their faces.
Yeah, no, they just showed up and they're still here. I mean, they're wearing a mask right now, but for the most part, they didn't seem like that was a big concern. I can see, like you're saying, I can see police in the distance.
Behind you.
Yeah, we can see them on the other side of the federal building down Temple Street over there.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
And they've been watching this take place. I mean, this has been going on for 30 minutes of the people doing the donuts and stuff on this street. But it seems like they're more worried about more violent issues than that at this point, anyway.
And we should also note, also sort of behind you, where the federal building is right there, where the crowd is behind you, the bulk of the crowd, you have the National Guard there and a lot of other officers there that are standing, that Christina Gonzalez has been showing us. Hard to see it in this picture, but right over your shoulder, there's a lot of law enforcement. There's a lot of National Guard members right there.
Yeah, and those National Guard members are really just focused on protecting that federal property. As far as going out beyond that, I don't think they have the jurisdiction at this point to really do crowd control. They're just in charge of protecting that federal building. It seems to me like it's going to be up to local police to how far this can go with the crowd and how far they're going to let it go. But again, yeah, it seems like the national police that we're seeing are just in charge of protecting the federal building.
So we are approaching the top of the hour. As we do, we are going to take a moment to reset here. We're also going to be welcoming viewers who are joining us on our sister station, Fox 11 Plus, who are used to joining us at this time of night. So as we do, we want to officially welcome you to the Fox 11 News at 5. And we start with breaking news here for the Fox 11 News at 5. Protesters rallying on the streets of downtown L.A. The anti-ICE demonstrations now in day number 4. We are seeing a large crowd in a standoff. We see the National Guard there at the top of your screen. This is at the Federal Building in downtown Los Angeles.
And we should note our reporter Matthew Seedorf is standing in an elevated spot right there. Right behind Matthew is the shot that you just saw with the National Guard, though. So let me set this up quickly before you go to you, Matthew. I'm Christine Devine here with Alex Michelson as we bring you this 5 o'clock news here at Fox 11.
Yeah, so the LAPD has declared a citywide tactical alert as we've seen hundreds of people gathering downtown. Even though it's called a citywide tactical alert, we have not seen major problems in other parts of the city. It seems like right now most of this focus is in downtown Los Angeles, and everywhere else is kind of business as usual. We have seen a battalion of 700 Marines are now being deployed. We learned that a battalion of 700 Marines now being deployed out of 29 Palms to LA to assist the National Guard. They are not supposed to be carrying out law enforcement role, but are tasked with protecting federal property and federal personnel. The president so far has not invoked the Insurrection Act, which would allow Marines to do law enforcement and potentially even immigration work. That has not been invoked, at least not yet. Governor Newsom blasting the move to bring the Marines here. He calls Marines heroes, but said, quote, they shouldn't be deployed on American soil facing their own countrymen to fulfill the deranged fantasy of a dictatorial president. Although I'm sure the president would say some of these folks are not their own countrymen. They're here illegally from other countries.
The LAPD responding. LAPD Chief Jim McDonald says he's not been given any formal notification about the Marines and said their arrival would present challenges for his officers. And now keep in mind, he was not also aware that there was going to be raids by ICE and Homeland Security. Neither was the mayor. They were not notified. They were not in coordination with the president on this.
But that's because there is a sanctuary policy and they don't coordinate with the administration by choice. So the administration says, we'd like to work with you. You have a policy that says that you can't, so we're not telling you because we can't tell you.
U.S. officials say around 1,000 National Guard members are here on the ground in L.A. Governor Newsom says only about 300 are currently deployed. The governor is also suing the Trump administration over the deployment of the Guard, which the president authorized under Title 10 of the U.S. Code. So let's talk about our crews there that are on the ground monitoring all of this, the protests downtown on this fourth day. Reporter Christina Gonzalez live there on the scene in front of the federal building. Christina?
That's right. We're on the Los Angeles side of the federal building. Let me show you the scene here. This is on the opposite side of where Matt is. And the crowd here is actually an interesting dynamic that is happening. The crowd here has gotten smaller. Some of them have gone over to the area where the crowd that Matt is in the middle of is at, because that area, they started having some issues. There's word that they may be getting ready to try to move them back. And the question is, will they all be pushed onto here to Los Angeles? Remember, keep in mind, all these crowds are surrounding the federal building. This has been so far a very peaceful crowd. We have not had any issues. Many of the people here came from earlier rallies. One, the SEIU, the union rally over at Grand Park, and then there was a large group of students here who've been rallying and protesting since 11 o'clock. But so far things have been very quiet. But you do see a line of, they have the big sign, California National Guard, and the feds, in other words, just blocking entrance to this building. So far, it's been very much in your face, but no attempts to do anything beyond that. Very peaceful. At some point, the question is, if they start moving people from that area where Matt is, which is Aliso, will they end up over here, or will this crowd be moved over there, or will they be allowed to disperse on their own, which is unlikely at this point. But we're going to have to see what happens. Again, we have the same. A lot of people, though, have left from a few hours ago. I think a lot of families, they say it's 5 o'clock, it's time to go home. And now it's just a different kind of crowd, but there's still quite a few people out here who were at the earlier rallies. But again, it seems to be shifting, as it does at this time. People have to get home to the kids and so forth. But we still have a good, on this side, I'd say about 100 people maybe in front of the building, and then around them a good 50, 100, but it changes because they're moving back and forth between the two crowds. It's very organic. There's no leadership moving these people. So we'll have to see what happens. So from Los Angeles Street in downtown Los Angeles, back to you, Christine.
We see the officers in the darker uniform, a little movement there on the platform there where you see the National Guard. Are those also National Guard, or what agency is that?
Federal. That's a federal agency. Remember, the federal building is being guarded by the federal agency. There may be some sheriffs somewhere in there that sometimes, but the majority of the people in front of that, you see that line, and that is by design. They are making a point that we, the feds, are going to protect this building. They know that they're on cameras and that they know that this is what they have to do. When I was out walking the perimeter earlier, I was told that LAPD, the local law enforcement, will take care of the streets. But the entrance to the buildings that are federal buildings is going to be in charge of the National Guard and any kind of federal authority at this point.
All right, Christina, we are watching the scene there, and you're right, it does look like a much thinner
Something
crowd.
is going on right behind us. Yeah, I smell the smoke. I think somebody released some kind of smoke device. Let's see. Let's take a look over here. Let's walk a little bit this way. Did you get to see what happened? No? Let's see. So a lot of people are moving this way and moving back. If you can guard that spot for me, please. I'm not going to, yes. We're not going to move very far away, but what you see are people moving back. I think that there was, I don't smell tear gas.
Christina?
I do smell some kind of gas now. Yes?
Why don't we take it back here? We've got another reporter there on the ground. Matthew Sudorf, what do you see?
Yeah, so we're at Temple and Los Angeles Street. I don't know if you can hear police. It sounds like they're wanting people to disperse. Okay.
Sorry about the
yeah,
language.
there's someone talking. Someone's talking. It's there. But sorry about that. So here at Temple and Los Angeles, we did see what looked like a fight. We saw a guy get thrown to the ground and some punches being thrown. The crowd rushed in trying to break it up, and they did. They up. But then we saw Los Angeles police just run this direction. And here is where we are now, where you can see police on Temple Street making their presence known. We saw lots of protesters just run and scatter. But right now, we're just kind of waiting to see what happens as police look at the protesters and protesters look at the police here at Temple in Los Angeles.
Yeah, by the way, we're going to do our best to try to keep, the language PG, but sometimes we can't control it when these people, especially, illegally graffiti places and hold up signs and things like that. So we apologize if there's an F word here or there. We're going to do our best to try to keep that out, but sometimes it slips in because there's a lot going on out there tonight.
Well, that explains a little bit of the commotion that Christina was talking about. We do have our 2 reporters who are there very much close to that scene in different spots of the federal building. It is a much thinner crowd than it was this weekend, as you might expect, being a Monday. Matthew Cedar, if we see you there, do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, like I've been saying earlier, I mean, you can feel a sort of tension, and then it erupted where there was that fight. Then police ran in. We did mention just about 20 minutes ago, we saw a car show up, a truck full of gas masks. It just seems like there's something brewing, I guess you could say. Right now, though, again, police just kind of here watching the situation as looks like some protesters are yelling at them, but this is what we're looking at right now.
And we have some clarity on those masks. They're called bionic shield, and I initially thought they were gas masks coming off the car that they were being handed out, as Alex said, like candy to people in the crowd. We did a little research there. They cost about $34 to $64, and they are protective masks, kind of like what you might see in a workshop. It kind of protects you from a chemical splash or sparks or debris, but it is not a gas mask.
Here
it's meant for like mechanics or people that are doing body work on cars, and I don't think they're going to be doing body work on cars tonight. Do you see any cars coming in for body work tonight, Matthew?
No, no cars for body work here tonight. We did just see another box of someone handing out more masks. So again, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen tonight, but it does seem like protesters here are preparing for something to happen, some sort of altercation, possibly with police.
I'd be curious also, and I know it's hard to get in there, but who's funding this? Who's paying for these masks that are $34 to $64 each? Who's handing all this stuff? Where are these boxes coming from?
I just saw some rocks being thrown, and that is a great question you mentioned about who's paying for those masks to have them just show up by the truckload. But we did just see some people throwing stuff. You hear some people in the crowd not agreeing with it, telling them to calm down. But again, you can feel an energy right now that's hard to describe.
Yeah, I saw a woman kind of pushing somebody back. Is that her right there? She's kind of pushing this guy, kind of saying, no, no. We also saw that with Christina Gonzalez as well, who said her location, although it was an organic crowd, was staying peaceful, and that when somebody threw a water bottle, the crowd reacted like, no, that's not where we want to go. That was this specific crowd. These are not the people necessarily who have caused so much damage that we saw yesterday. Bizarre behavior there, somebody acting very strange there and being videotaped, as we do in this day and age. But right now, what you saw when you described somebody intervening with somebody who was starting to kind of cause some unrest is what Christina Gonzalez also described as well.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a segment of the crowd that doesn't want to see the violence, doesn't want to see the unrest, and then there are, those people in the crowd that's what they're here for, right? Agitators. They want to see the disruption.
Yeah, and noting this social media era of people wanting to document everything, including their own activities, which also means law enforcement says, hey, we're watching too. There's a lot of videos out there. They're documenting the actions of people, and they're saying that for some of the most severe of the agitators who caused the most damage, we're going to be trying to track you down and make arrests. And they have made arrests yesterday. So we're watching the scene here, and describe for me, Matthew, the cars there. Is that just the public trying to drive down the street there, caught up amidst these protests?
Yeah, it is the public. I mean, you've got to imagine. I mean, most people in LA across the world know what's been happening in here the last few days, and especially in the evening, nighttime. To guess, you would imagine that a lot of these people are either coming here to be a part of the protest or to see what's going on. Just based on what we're seeing, we saw lots of people getting dropped off earlier. Right now, there are kind of two segments of this crowd, again, where Christina Gonzalez was outside the federal building, and over here at Los Angeles and Temple Street, as these demonstrators are now face-to-face with police.
Yeah, and it may be that they are looking for a conflict tonight. Matthew,
as we tend to see in scenarios like that, the people that are definitely looking for a conflict.
Yep. So we see that stat on your screen, 700 Marines deployed to assist National Guard. That order coming today, something that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, announced. We do not expect that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, announced. We do not expect them to be in place today. They're leaving from 29 Palms and will be there sometime soon. We don't have an exact date or time for when we expect them to be in place. Let's see what happens with this car that's trying to come through. So we expect around 5:15, which is about 2 minutes from now, a press conference from the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, and the chief of police of Los Angeles, Jim McDonnell, to talk about where we're at and where we're going. Last night, we had a couple opportunities to talk with her, and she really tried to get the message out that violence is not the answer, and that there would not be tolerance for violence. We'll see if both the mayor and the police chief maybe have a different strategy tonight for handling all of this or not. But as soon as that press briefing gets underway, we will take you there live. We'll see if it starts on time. In the meantime, we continue to look at these pictures from downtown LA. A big change from yesterday as we look at the freeway, wide open and not much traffic in downtown LA at this time, which is strange because usually you would see a whole lot of traffic at this time. Christina talked about the fact that a whole lot of people are trying not to get near downtown LA, including people who work there because of what we're seeing today. It is clear that law enforcement has made a tactical decision and a tactical priority to stop people from getting on the freeway, to protect transit for the people of Southern California tonight, and they have been effective so far at doing that. We have not seen images of widespread violence today with these demonstrations that have happened during the day. Sometimes when it gets later at night and some of the more legitimate protesters start to head home to their families, then sometimes later at night the more anarchist people start to act up. It is worrying that we just saw a whole bunch of heavy-duty masks being handed out to everybody that wanted one in mass. Clearly, it looked like the folks out there are preparing for the possibility of conflict. That may be just to protect themselves, and they're not trying to be the aggressor, but they're there in case they need them. But that's not the kind of thing that you would buy, or not the kind of thing that you would want to have unless you were sort of preparing for that sort of thing. And we see a lot of folks covering their faces, which is something that President Trump has talked about he would want to make illegal at protests like this. Not quite sure how you would do that legally. But the fact that people are covering their faces does make it harder for law enforcement to find people. And there are people who may be in this country illegally, who may not want their faces to be shown, who are wearing masks for that reason, although usually they're not wearing the heavy-duty bionic shields. For that reason, you would probably wear more of a surgical mask or something.
Noting with that bionic shield mask, which is really a protective mask that you often see in a workshop, you may not be too protected from gas. It might give you a bit of a buffer, but if there's going to be gas, there's no protection around the nose and the mouth. It's kind of like just a thicker, wider, fuller shield in a way that kind of covers, gives the full face some protection from, as we heard, quote, chemical splashes or debris.
Right.
Well, again, Alex, noting that crowd is really thinned out, but keep in mind, if people were there much of the day for that Grand Park protest, it's a long day already to have been there on your feet out in the sun. Perhaps those people feel they have made their statement and, like you said, time to go home. But as evening happens here in Southern California. Perhaps they also don't want to be any part of the ruckus that we saw yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And you can understand why, because that got to be not so fun. So now we see, the back and forth, and a lot of these folks are trained to try to de-escalate conflict. But when folks, there you go, okay, pushing back. And now it looks like the woman there who's trying to help, right?
Trying to say, hey, crowd, back up, go back. It is quite an interesting scene here. You have law enforcement there in a crowd of people, but you have a crowd on both sides of them, reminding you of the difficult job of being a law enforcement officer during this time. And you can see a crowd surrounding these officers there, but the woman there trying to ask people to almost, if you're going to protest, do it peaceful. Look at her there with the sign, back up, back up.
Whoa.
Something perhaps is encouraging that crowd to back up a little quicker here. Not sure if maybe there's some kind of show of law enforcement coming in from behind there that we don't see.
Matthew Seedorf, is that your camera?
So
what are you seeing?
Yeah, we've got police showing up here right now. We saw some protesters squaring off with the police on Temple in Los Angeles face to face. These officers are coming in big numbers around the corner, lights and sirens on, getting out of their cars. And we're seeing some of the protesters scattering, but others walking over here to see what's going on.
We're looking now here at a wide shot there. As we look at the downtown area here on this Monday, you can see a number of law enforcement vehicles there on that one road there to the left. Mainly the activities at the federal building. And as we've been showing you throughout this late afternoon, it's a fairly thin crowd, relatively speaking, when you think of the protesters that turned out over the weekend. And we should note that there was a rally this afternoon, and that was much to bring attention to the case of David Werta, the union president who had been arrested on Friday amidst the protests. He has been released on bond. He got his hearing and is dealing with his case, but he is free. So right now you still see some stragglers or people who've come out later in the day to see what's going on or be part of this. But the bulk of the rally, you think of a rally or a protest rally, that's not happening. It's just kind of loose people there. Christina Gonzalez with her camera for us right there. As you see the National Guard there, federal troops right there behind you, behind Christina, our reporter there. And they are protecting the federal building right there.
So, as we're now 5:20, we are keeping an eye out as there right now is really a lot of standing around and waiting, but we have not seen, dramatic escalation yet. Christina Gonzalez, back to you, and what are you seeing from your perspective?
Well, here's what's happening. I mean, to explain, the officers that you see in front of you, the left, the dark shirts are Department of Homeland Security. The right side is California National Guard, clearly marked. Now, what's happening is that the area on Temple, remember, Matt is on the other side of the building. That is also closed off. The crowd keeps on moving back and forth, having small skirmishes with officers, and they're bringing in more local law enforcement. If you look at the helicopter at Temple and Los Angeles, that is an area where they're trying to block it with some of the vehicles, some of the law enforcement vehicles that they had brought in on the other side in Alameda. Ideally, if they had enough vehicles, they would probably block the entire federal building, but they don't have that at this point. Many of the vehicles, I can't show them to you close up, but I saw them coming up. They're from agencies as far as Ventura and Baldwin Park, Montebello. They're trying to bring in as many backup as they can because, again, the streets belong to local police, and local police is going to need the help of some other agencies. Let me see. Look to your left. Is that that is the LAPD helicopter? They are getting ready, I am told, to declare the area where Matt is to give an order of dispersal. If they give an order of dispersal in that area, which would be Alameda and Temple, and they would like to do that because they want to keep them away from the freeway, they're going to try to move them towards this side. And that is kind of what the plan originally was when I talked to them a few hours ago. But with a crowd that is not as organized and so much more smaller, as you see on this side, a lot of family members are leaving. People are saying, we're going back home. I don't know if you have the sound that I gathered earlier that I sent back. I don't know if our producers have it, but earlier when I was coming in, I was talking to people with families and not your troublemakers. And I was asking them, why are you coming here knowing full well that this could turn a little bit crazy later on? So why don't we listen to what those people have to say so you can hear from them and their perspective.
I just been in one rally right now, which was the union rally.
Are you going to go over there?
Yes.
Why?
Support the families, you know, children and stuff like that, getting separated from the families that are taken and stuff, you know, unjustifiably.
Does it worry you, all this police and what you've seen going on? And
it does, to a certain extent.
You know, it could get dangerous for you.
Oh yeah, it could. But I mean, let's hope it doesn't escalate to that situation, you know? Peaceful at the end of the day.
I'm not worried. I think the people here are protesting peacefully. That's what I want to believe. And if anything gets out of hand, I'm probably going to exit the situation because that's not what I'm here to do. But I'm here to advocate for what we want to see happen, which is ICE to knock it off.
So we have stepped back a little bit because people are pointing out. So I want to give you a perspective of what's going on over there. But first, let me show you up here because everybody's pointing at the top of the building in that area. Now, they are saying that there's people with guns. I see people with trying to keep an eye from there where the crowd is going. But some of the people were saying that they had snipers up there. From the perspective here, I know that they have weapons, but I see them mostly trying to keep eyes on what is going on from the federal building, which is where we're at. Now, let's see if we can walk this way a little bit. Walk with me. Because this, what is really difficult about to secure this, as it were, for LAPD, is that you have pathways that go all around the federal building. If they had completely blocked the federal building, this might be easier. But you can see somebody over here selling. How much are the flags going for?
They're $20.
$20. Are you doing good business today?
Hey, that's not me, is it?
¿En cuánto están las son $20?
Oh, sí, $20.
$20.
Sí,
Mucho negocio, a lot of business.
No, it's slow.
It's slow. It's slow.
We are coming here because we're not working, and you know we need to make a little money, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're selling the flags? Okay.
Yeah, we're selling flags now. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, and that's what I meant about earlier, the festive thing. We had like people selling, you know, carne asada, hot dogs and stuff like that. But let's see where that crowd was going. But again, this gives you a sense of how difficult. This is much more of a festive area here. People are there's no violence. There's nothing going on that's crazy here. Let's go over there to see, because that's what happens as it gets later. Family members begin to leave. Some of the original people who were here with rallies, and then you have a different type of person. So here we are at Los Angeles and Temple. This is the area where you saw some of the situations supposedly going on. Let's see if we can check it out from this perspective. Let me hang on to you. Elsa, forgive us. We are walking down the stairs with a live camera. You're still with us over there, guys?
We still got you, Christina.
This is live television. All right, okay, so we're going to make our way over here and show you what's going on and we, in advance, please forgive us. I know that there's a lot of graffiti that has some bad words and things like that, so our apologies. We have no control of that. But here, this is the area at Los Angeles and Temple that you were looking at from the helicopter. This is the other corner of the federal building. And what you have is what you see. Let me go to this side. Now, if you go down a Temple towards the back of the federal building and the Metropolitan Holding Facility, you can't get through. And what they're trying to do is not allow people to go past this intersection. At some point, they're probably going to try to move everybody, but so far there's been little skirmishes, which is very peaceful. The people here have been loud. They have made their point. But on this side, we have not had the issues that we may have seen in other locations. Let's see what's going on over here. Everything okay over here? It's been peaceful so far? So far, so good? What happened? I just walked from over there. Kind of tell me what happened. Did you get to see any of it?
So this group just formed right now because everyone heard sirens, so they disbanded from over there to over here. But someone recently right now just said like back up because someone started throwing things.
Yeah.
So if they start throwing things, they're gonna, react back. So
let me ask you something. I'm gonna move you a little bit this way because I don't want you to get hit from behind. Okay. You look like the kind of person who is not a troublemaker or anything. You're here to make your point. Does it worry you when it gets a little scary like this?
A little, just because the majority that are here, we either do have papers, so we're like privileged to be here in this protest. Hopefully it stays peaceful as long as possible.
Yeah.
But those who can't, protest and I've had family members who have been deported as well. Her mother was deported when she was.
Her mother was just deported in this whole thing?
No, her mother was deported when she was. Sarai, how old were you? How old were you? 5 years old.
Yeah.
So it's I'm more like be here for support for her because she's being the voice for the kids that couldn't at her age when she was 5.
If you could say in one sentence what you want to make sure gets said about this whole thing on the personal level, what would it be?
The outcome that I want here?
What would you want people to know? You got the world listening right now. What do you want people to know about this whole thing as someone going through it like you are?
That we're hard workers. I've seen how my mom and my dad, they didn't come here with papers. And I've seen them create a life that I can call privilege for myself at the cost of theirs, So it wasn't easy. I've heard stories of my different family members of what they went through coming here, the struggles. And then I've had family members, I had a cousin who was here, I think maybe 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And we kept telling him to stay here because, we were going to do some family paperwork so he could stay here in the United States, but unfortunately he couldn't. And then 2 years later when he was older, he got shot in Guatemala.
That's hard.
So
that's hard.
It's not only because we want to, not we, because I can't say personally, but the people who have fought for kids like me to have a better life is to avoid lifestyles like that over there. Not everyone has the privilege of living a safe, secure life in like Guatemala, Mexico, El Salvador. So it's not just because they want to come here because they're fleeing from something else over there. It's just the lifestyle is almost unlivable here. And if it can be granted humanly here, why not?
Thank you for talking to us. We appreciate it. Be safe out there. And I think we're going to have let people talk because then you hear what this is about to them, agree or disagree. Many immigrants, have come here and worked hard to do it legally. Others have not, but the issue is, let me just, before we go back, thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias, señor. Gracias. So what's going on over here, before we send it back to you, is that we've got, it's definitely a standoff. You see the officers right on the other side of that line. They're not going to let them get past Los Angeles. They want to try to keep everybody away from the federal building. So Temple and Los Angeles, things definitely changing. The way, the approach, and the feeling is definitely very different. Wait. Okay, so what he's saying, the officers on a loudspeaker are saying, step back from the officers or we're going to have to use less than lethal force to move you back. Step back from the officers or we're going to have to use less than lethal force. That is what you're hearing. So I don't see what the less than lethal force is. They've been using gas, but we also saw some of the
rubber bullets.
I'm trying to see. Let me move you a little bit. Let me go a little bit closer behind this vehicle. Because they're non-lethal. It depends on what they want to use. Again, I've been seeing a lot of gas, but we'll have to see. But they're asking everybody over there to step back or they're going to move them back. Again, definitely, this is the atmosphere changing. It was a very peaceful, quiet, but they want people to step back at Los Angeles and Temple, which is where we are at. You see people are donning gas masks. So they're getting ready for this.
Yeah.
This is the crowd that wants to make their point this way for whatever reason in their mind. In the middle of bubbles, by the way.
Yeah.
Somebody's blowing
There you
bubbles
go.
in the
You
middle of
got
the whole
the
thing,
bubbles
which is
going.
kind of interesting.
It's now 5:30 if you're just watching the Fox 11 News at 5. Thanks for joining us. Alex Michelson here with Christine Devine, Christina Gonzalez, Matthew Seedorf, all out in the field right now. We are watching day 4 of these demonstrations that we have seen in downtown LA. Some of them anti-ICE, some of them just people who want to create chaos in the streets of downtown Los Angeles. We see this crowd now on the move, being pushed back a little, seems to be doing so in an orderly way. A moment that happened not too long ago on our air, we want to play again for you, and it involves masks called bionic.
Should we? Yeah, Matthew Seedorf. Let's go to Matthew Seedorf on the ground.
Matthew, I'm not sure if...
You can.
Okay, what's going on
You can see
now?
Demonstrators are throwing rocks and bottles right now at police as police are now pushing the line forward, trying to get people to disperse. You can see officers have their less than lethals out as more people are throwing those water bottles at them. Also trying to take cover behind this car right now in the middle of Los Angeles and Temple. You can hear the pops of those police guns and the bottles just going. That one just missed a police officer and another shot right there. More rocks, more bottles coming. Oh, glass. There was glass just thrown at the police. It is becoming violent out here right now. People are honking, and it seems like more people are rushing over here to try to be part of this. Now the police are firing the other direction.
Whoa.
Very intense situation right now as lots of people are running. Look at this. I mean, these people are taking shelter behind this car strategically parked in the middle of Los Angeles and Temple. I will say we saw it come up here, and there was boxes of stuff inside. I don't know what it is, but it's been parked there ever since. We can still see more people throwing. If you look on the other side of Temple, Sam, you can see there's another car right there where people are barricaded behind that. Just a very, very intense situation right now.
Wow. So was there a particular moment or thing that prompted this sort of, we're taking this to the next level?
It seemed like this was police and these protesters had been face to face. Police had said, back up, don't get to this close, don't get this close. We didn't see what happened, but one could presume that someone might have gotten too close. And then we saw some rocks and bottles being thrown, and then this is where we're at now. And you can also see there's more people pushing closer. They want to be a part of this almost. This car's parked in the intersection. We see more people coming in, and you have a motorcycle right here adding to that. You can hear the sound. Looks like they're trying to move the car. Look at that. So people are taking shelter behind this car as it moves from police.
Well, we might
right
think,
now is
Matthew, we might think that as it's getting darker out, that they want to get people farther away from that federal building where you have the National Guard there. They've been allowed to be out in front all day, and you see the top of our screen there, the picture of the National Guard and Homeland Security. You can see, look at the LAPD line there. They have moved way into that space. That's the first we've really seen of that as we've had this coverage this full afternoon. And I'm wondering if that is their attempt to clear that space in front of the federal building with the thought that they don't want it to get any worse as it gets dark.
Yeah, it does seem like police are trying to wrap this up here at Los Angeles and Temple in front of the federal building. We can see another line of law enforcement in front of the federal building where the National Guard is. Those police officers pushing this way as well, kind of closing in on the intersection where we're standing right this second. And we're hearing more shots firing.
Look
at this, Sam. More police are coming in behind these right now. Oh, someone else just threw a glass bottle from where we are. So I hear some sirens as well. There's definitely more glass and stuff being thrown.
So Matthew, we've heard so much from people about the idea of law enforcement taking people into custody who may be in the country illegally. Are we seeing any indication of law enforcement taking these folks into custody who are clearly committing crimes right live on TV that everybody can see?
Not yet. No, I haven't seen any arrests so far, but you can see people still throwing and chucking these bottles and rocks and glass at police. And police are firing back with their rubber bullets. But it's really not stopping it. It's like people are wanting to be a part of it and throwing more.
Well, as we look at the area in which they're trying to clear the crowd or keep them back, perhaps they're trying to funnel the crowd clearly away from the entrance and the front of the federal building. And that line perhaps there is keeping people from going any further up the street there. But as that line of law enforcement is moving to clear them towards where you are, that's actually clearing them away from the front of the federal building.
That's exactly right. They're pushing them away from the federal building. And you can see it is working. I do think some of the crowd's going down Los Angeles away from the federal building. But there's also people that are just coming to this intersection almost wanting to see what's going on. Look at this. Someone's dumping more masks in the middle of the street right now.
Well, I'm not sure what
those
those masks can really do, especially if gas is deployed.
They hide your face so that you can't be prosecuted as easily.
Okay.
That's what they can do.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. If you're there trying to hide your identity so that, and you know a bunch of people are watching and you're about to do something, it makes it harder to find you.
Yeah.
Or it protects you from COVID, but that's a whole other.
The federal building right now, you can see the National Guard has also pushed their line forward closer to the street away from the building, as police are really, it looks like, trying to close off access to this particular street right now.
Well, you heard that Christina Gonzalez, or maybe it was you, Matt, one of you had said that you had heard that there was an order to disperse. That means that crowd needed to leave, and you could see the progress that they made there in clearing the crowd from the front of that federal building. That shot you're seeing there, crowd on the top box, has all been moved to the right, not directly in front of the federal building. Look at the people too, Alex, with the umbrellas there. I've seen a few people with umbrellas. They're trying to protect themselves or arm themselves against.
Which is something we saw quite often at UCLA when we had those anti-Israel activists. They used umbrellas as part of their defense posture as well. And in that situation, what we saw was law enforcement stood around and stood around and stood around until they made the decision, we're not taking this anymore. And they, you know, when we've seen in the past, when law enforcement has time to mobilize and come up with a strategy and really want to do something, they usually can make it happen. And right now, they are allowing this to happen. They're allowing a lot of these folks to try to say what they're going to say and try to do this as peacefully as possible, even though I'm sure many of them are annoyed that people are screaming at them in their faces. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, right now, the crowd is... Police are rushing up over there. They're coming up where we are. Look, here we go. I'll see. We're going to get up here. Police are coming up where we are at the...
I think we just lost Matthew's signal as things get a little hairy there.
But right here, this is the area in front of the federal building. Police have made it clear that they are moving that crowd out of the front of the federal building where the National Guard has been staging.
Christina Gonzalez, what's happening where you are?
All right, so what's happening is that I am on the ground level. You see Matt, he's right above us. I'm right at the ground level. People from this area are actually going to the other end where we were at to bring that crowd over here. They're asking them to come here to take over this corner here at Temple and Los Angeles. Now it's a very different vibe, and they definitely want to make a stand, as it were, an angry stand. People are coming out, there's bottles, people are putting on masks, and you know, they're getting ready for whatever it is that is going to happen. On the ground here, what the officers are trying to do is to get this crowd to back off. And you see that it has an effect. Some people do move back. Others do not. Careful, careful as people run at us.
The police department is on tactical alert and in a state of partial
All right,
mobilization.
Christina, thank you. We now take you to a live press conference with the LAPD Chief, Jim McDonald.
Communities and respond effectively to any unrest or unlawful activity. Let me explain for the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed, and prioritize major incidents. Officers assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned. Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations, Emergency Operations Division, in order to ensure seamless communication and coordination. In response to current events, we've also implemented partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts. We're also aware of reports that the President intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, you know, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident. Well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues. There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen as professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Bass de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
All right, so there you have the mayor standing by as the police chief just spoke. They're talking about that tactical alert, which we told you about earlier, which means LAPD officers are being carried over on their shifts to work, what you're seeing right there in downtown LA. He also talked about the Marines being sent to Southern California and a lack of coordination with that. And what really stands out to me, Alex, too, we talked about the LAPD has decades of experience in dealing with situations like this. Now, some around the nation or President Trump may say, well, we've seen what happens in LA when there is unrest.
Yeah, look at this picture.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the thing, and that's Bass's point that she's been making. Okay, the way that you can make the point to the president that you don't need the Marines and don't need the National Guard is not have a bunch of people out there throwing rocks and glass and bringing bionic shields and putting face masks and all the rest of it. You know, because this situation in this particular area right now is not entirely under control.
But we know there's an element of that who don't care. They don't care.
Right. They don't care. And so then the question is, when do you, he said people are going to be arrested eventually, but should some of those people be arrested now?
I think that his point is members of the LAPD know the streets of LA. Right. They know the communities. They've covered riots. I mean, I've covered 2 riots myself in my decades being here in Los Angeles. So they do maybe the best that they can with the knowledge of knowing the city compared to Marines who have never been here before. They may be from Kentucky.
Never been here before and have no experience doing this sort of thing. And that's not why most people sign up to be a Marine, is to do that kind of work either. And we've never seen something like that. But it is, my point is that just from an optics perspective, and this is something that the mayor admitted last night to us, that it is harder to make the argument that we got everything under control when this is happening at the very same time.
Oh, no doubt. You have people watching around the country and say they see this and they think L.A. is out of control.
Right, and some of them say, thank you, President Trump, for restoring law and order when LA's, they would say Democratic politicians are not able to do that.
And they see a lawlessness that they feel is allowed to perhaps just go
and fester.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's and this isn't the first day. This is the fourth day of this sort of situation. But you see, this is the National Guard that was called in, and many of them sort of. We have not seen damage to the federal building, but they're not actively engaging with the folks there either.
There's quite a presence there at the front of the federal building. You have the National Guard and Homeland Security in the darker uniforms there. And they've been out there all day with that presence that was quite significant, with a lot of LAPD to the backside of that. Now they've moved in and cleared the crowd down away from the front of it. So it was an intimidating presence, you have to admit, in front of the federal building.
Yeah, it's you don't see anybody getting in there. That's not supposed to, and so they have protected that. The question is, will that stop everything else? Let's listen back to the chief.
So joined by Commander Ryan Whiteman, who usually works Operations South Bureau, but during this incident is the day watch incident commander. So I'll take any questions you have. If they're detailed questions, Commander Whiteman would probably be better able to answer those.
How does the mobilization that might be coming affect what you guys are trying to do on the ground, and what is your biggest concern with that?
Yeah, the mobilization is what we do internally to be able to get more officers out there. We had declared that earlier, and now we'll have the ability to have roughly 400 additional officers deployed to the field.
Are you concerned with the federal mobilization? I mean, the National Guard and the Marines possibly coming this way?
Yeah, when I look at this, and my assessment may not be accurate based on this thing's continuously churning, but I see two parallel tracks that don't work together, if you will. We're dealing with the issues on the street that you see every day. We deal with that with LAPD resources. When we need additional resources, then we reach out to the sheriff, who brings in mutual aid. We have 14 different agencies working with us for that purpose. And then only if we weren't able to continue to deal with that, needed additional help, would we reach out to the sheriff, who would then request National Guard from the governor. So that's one line. The other part then is the National Guard were federalized by the president to support federal agents who are working on behalf of ICE to do their operation. The Marines were brought in then today, evidently, to join the Army National Guard in doing what their main mission has been identified as, which is the protection of federal employees and federal property.
Do you feel that incites, though? Do you feel that makes it any different on the streets?
You know, I think everybody, it's a very emotional topic, absolutely. You know, could I quantify what that is? I think it has certainly heightened everybody's level of awareness and certainly anxiety, but to be able to quantify that, I wouldn't.
Chief, how are you avoiding
we'll take two more questions and then the chief has to step out, but he'll come back.
I'll be back.
How are you avoiding less lethal weapons being used on people who are merely there in the way, potentially? Because it doesn't seem like everyone that's being hit and being attacked, including press. I don't know, like it doesn't really make any sense that people are just being shot at.
Yeah.
Can you
Sure.
explain how you would minimize or at least just not do that?
Yeah, we minimize it through training, through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition. That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that. We're very concerned about that, and we're looking into that.
What about the horse trampling and the horse, the person
Yeah,
on the horse?
we're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Chief, go ahead, Jeff, go ahead, and then Mary Beth, and then he's going to come back, guys.
If I may. You know, all of the streets surrounding the federal building complex, Los Angeles, Temple, Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from them.
Right.
I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by clearing out those streets and moving them towards the west?
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later. After having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch. But we're out there, and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics that would minimize that even further.
How many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know their LAPD, one of the divisions had put out that there was some looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? No. Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying anything other than around the federal building, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Right. Oh, headquarters damaged, correct?
Yeah, damaged, yeah. The whole Civic Center, there was significant damage as it relates particularly to graffiti, broken windows, that kind of thing.
Chief, could any talk about a possible curfew at all? There had been some mention about if things had continued at this point in the thought of curfew.
Yeah, I know. We're always thinking about that. That's always a tool we can employ. We certainly hold that off and not wanting to do that. And this is a pretty isolated area where this is happening relative to the size of the city. So we would, if we were to use that, it would be done very judiciously.
All right, Chief, thanks.
All right. We'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone. As I'm sure you are aware, there was a large protest this afternoon. Protests, and then also David Werta, our esteemed labor leader in charge of SEIU USWW, was released from custody this afternoon. So there was a rally around City Hall that ended up at the Federal Building. It was peaceful. It's my understanding that there's a few hundred individuals that are at the Federal Building now, but that there is no reports of violence that have taken place today or of vandalism. Of course, with the crowd just there, we will worry as it gets dark as to whether or not there are problems, but we certainly hope that there will not be. I just want to say I started off my morning with a meeting with a number of the leaders from the immigrant rights organizations. And as far as we know right now, there have been 5 raids by ICE throughout the region. I don't know. I know of at least 1 or 2 that took place in the city, but we're still compiling that information. As you know, ICE does not tell anybody where they're going to go or when they're going to be there. But I think the thing that was most important about the meeting today was listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son that were detained at the Ambiance warehouse. She's not been able to locate him or to communicate with him, and for the most part, the people that have been detained have been denied access to legal representation. This is unprecedented. In the past, when there were raids, lawyers were able to go in and meet with their clients. So she's running around the area trying to find her husband, not knowing if he's here, has he been taken to another city, has he been deported out of the country. There was another statement regarding a daughter who was searching for her detained father, and at a certain point she actually saw him moving into a detention facility, but since then, as far as she knows, he has disappeared. She is not able to find out where he is. I can't emphasize enough the level of fear and terror that is in Angelenos right now, not knowing if tomorrow or tonight it might be where they live, it might be their workplace. Should you send your kids to school? Should you go to work? And you remember this from several years ago, this same type of fear that was going around. But I heard today about something that is so over the top. Can you imagine having your annual appointment to ICE, your annual appointment? You're here, you might not be a citizen, but you have papers, and you are told that you need to go to the facility to check in. And then you are detained, and you go with your family and your kids, and the whole family is detained when you were legal and you were trying to maintain your legal status. So what this means then is that people are going to be afraid to maintain their appointments, which then pushes them into the closet, and they will fall out of status and then subject to arrest. This is the kind of thing that is happening in our city right now, and I will just take you back to last Thursday. Last Thursday, there was nothing happening in this town that called for the raids that took place on Friday. Nothing was happening. Nothing warranted the raids. If you remember at the beginning of this administration, we were told that raids would be to look for violent criminals, people who had warrants. But I don't know how you go from a drug dealer to a Home Depot, to people's workplaces where they're just trying to make a living. At Home Depot, you have day laborer centers so that the people that are trying to seek work each and every day will have a place to be so that it doesn't interfere with the business. These are not the people that we were told were going to be detained. And it makes me feel like our city is actually a test case for what happens when the federal government moves in and takes the authority away from the state or away from local government. I don't think that our city should be used for an experiment to see what happens in the nation's second largest city. Well, maybe we can do this to other cities. And then I read a description of our city that was so troubling to me. A description of our city that says that we have been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals, and that now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents. I don't know if anybody has seen that happen, but I've not seen that happen. And obviously there has been violence, and the violence is unacceptable, and we can talk about that in a minute. But to describe our city as a migrant invasion, and that we need to put an end to the migrant riots, and to call on various secretaries of the administration to go after our city because we want order to be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. How is this a description? This is a despicable description of our city. Our city needs to come together now and not accept this, not allow us to be divided. We are a city of immigrants, and we have always embraced that. And if you want to hit our economy, you scare people from going to work, because you know there are sectors of our economy in this city where immigrant labor is the majority of the workforce. So this is damaging. It's damaging.
Hearing there from Mayor Karen Bass and the Chief of Police of the LAPD as we continue to watch protests in downtown LA.
That we're going to say goodbye to our viewers on Channel 13. Our coverage continues on Channel 11.
We're fortunate in our city to have a well-established institutions that promote and fight for the rights of immigrants. They have protests and rallies.
Welcome to the Fox 11 News at 6. I'm Alex Michelson. We are following breaking news coverage. More protests in downtown LA. The mayor of Los Angeles now speaking about it. Let's listen in.
Many times not even connected to the major protests, takes the opportunity to create havoc and commit vandalism. And I will tell you, it infuriated me, but it also just saddened me to drive through downtown right now and to see the level of obscene graffiti all over buildings. And I just say that anybody that does that Don't come and say that you are supporting immigrant rights, the rights of immigrants. You can't possibly be supporting immigrants and vandalize our city. And understand that if you do that, and it is 100% unacceptable, you will be arrested, and it might not happen that day. So don't think because you went home that night that you are free. There's a lot of videotape, there's investigations that will take place, and you will be held accountable and frankly need to be separated from the people who are really fighting on behalf of our immigrant community. And we need to stop the raids. This should not be happening in our city. It is not warranted, and the only thing it does is contribute to chaos. This was chaos that was started at Washington, D.C. On Thursday, the city was peaceful. On Friday, it was not, because of the intervention of the federal government. And it's, again, I don't think our city should be a test case, a laboratory. With that, I'm happy to open up the questions. Whoa.
What's your reaction to the deployment of 700 Marines?
I mean, we didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding 2 buildings. They're guarding the federal building here in downtown, and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
Have you been in contact with President Trump or anyone from the administration? And if you could speak to him, what would you say right now?
I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor. And if we need the National Guard, we can do it in the normal circumstances, which is the request is made local and the governor decides or not to grant that to our city.
And have you been in contact with the administration?
I have been in contact with the administration, not the president.
Right here in these stripes and then Robert. You touched on it lightly, but has the National Guard contributed in any meaningful way in crowd control in the past 2 years?
No. The National Guard is guarding the federal building. Now, there was an incident that I saw where there were vehicles that needed to get into the federal building, and so the National Guard cleared the area, and that's where I saw gas, that's where I saw, the flashbangs.
Robert and then Liz. Mayor Bass, when it comes to the people that you're talking about right now on the streets of Los Angeles that are being looked at worldwide, what are your sources on the ground telling you in terms of, are the people there with a message regarding immigration being now outnumbered and possibly outrun by these vandals, as you're calling?
No, I don't believe so at all. I mean, when you see their numbers, it's when everybody's left. So the crowd could be thousands. And then late at night, by the time you see their numbers, you might see 100 or so. So they're not being outnumbered. And I don't know of anybody that identifies with them. In other words, they're part of our organization or they're not. The flyer that was out for the rally on Saturday night was a flyer that had no organizational affiliation. So we don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like what happens with the illegal parties, where people, put out a word and on social media it draws a crowd.
Mayor Bass? Mayor Bass, I think a lot of people in this city agrees with you, and I'm sure appreciate you speaking up for them. I'm wondering, would it be more powerful if, they got a chance to be lawyered up, to fight back against the fact that they're being detained potentially against their violating their civil rights? Is there anything that you can talk about providing legal representation? For example, the city of LA just approved the budget with money for legal representation for immigrants. And so and that felt like an uphill battle, and more probably maybe needed. Is there anything that you can say about what can be done about, posting bail, about like...
Let me just say that the immigrant rights organizations that have existed here for a long time are providing that type of support. I cannot see a possibility of the city of Los Angeles bailing people out with city funds. Whether or not there are resources to legal services, typically what that is a contract with an organization to do that work. We have those contracts. I don't have any reason to believe that they would end.
But would it help negate what Trump is trying to do? Trying to deport people, like in a very indiscriminate fashion, seemingly.
Right. It will help to negate it when people have legal legal help. Yes?
Mayor, if I may, you talked about how you're in communication with the White House.
I was.
You were. And in terms of, the budgetary problems that you're facing, has a part of that conversation been about reimbursing the city for law enforcement overtime?
No, let me just tell you that my conversations with the administration was before the deployment of the National Guard. I was trying to make the case that the National Guard was not needed here. I was trying to make the case that if the National Guard came here, it would be a provocative move, and it would be like a deliberate attempt to create disorder and chaos in our city. It was very predictable what was going to happen here, and it was completely unnecessary. This was a solution in search of a problem, and the problem was not happening on Thursday.
We're going to go here and then we'll leave.
When it comes to the solutions, the administration has claimed that there's a lack of transparency when it comes to what they know. Have you considered...
What they know? What are they looking for?
Well, there's been released information when it comes to potential ICE raids. And when it comes to working with them, would you be considering to give them a list of the violent criminals and particularly focus on the ones who they should be focusing on?
I mean, I don't have that list, and I don't think our chief has that list. So to me, you would be talking about federal warrants, which means the federal government would have the list of violent federal criminals.
Mayor, hi. It appears that this is going to continue from all the representatives we talked to on the congressional level, 30 days. So what can then we expect? What can you tell both the immigrant population, the city population about what?
Well, let me just say, in terms of the immigrant population and other Angelenos, I'm going to do everything I can to keep people safe. And the population of all of Los Angeles needs to know that we will stand with them. We're not going to allow our city to be divided and picked apart. And but what you also described is who knows? Yes, maybe 30 days, maybe longer, maybe shorter. How many raids in a given day? Where are those raids going to take place? Who are they looking for? None of that is information that we know. And again, this kind of atmosphere, it creates a chaos in our city. People not sure whether they should go outside, whether they need to stay inside. We did not need this. There was nothing happening in the city that warranted what we're dealing with now.
Down in front, and then we're going to end.
Mayor, with the National Guard and now the Marines in town, is there any indication that they will take direction from your emergency management center?
They're the federal government, absolutely not. And I hear that the Marines are on the way. I don't know if they really are. I know that there was a post from the administration congratulating the National Guard for bringing peace before they even arrived. They weren't even here. But they were being congratulated for solving the problem, coming in and saving the day that didn't need saving.
How are you getting information about who is coming in? I mean, a lot of us are getting it from Twitter. Is that where you're getting your
I'm getting it from you.
We're going to end right here.
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, I know you had mentioned that there were 5 raids in our area today and 1 in the city. Do you have any more information about, where they occurred, especially here in the city?
No, the one I know of happened to have taken place at near my grandson's school, so I know of that one. But no, I don't know. Claudia Aragon is the director of our Office of Immigrant Affairs.
Yes, we are working closely with the Rapid Response Network, and we are getting the data with them. So as they compile that, they work with us, and as you know, it's very much ongoing. So usually we check back with them at the end of the day. So unfortunately as it happens, they don't tell us, and it happens probably as we speak now. So we'll check back with them at the end of the day, and hopefully those numbers don't.
Because I think the fear is,
Can you come to the
are they just willy-nilly, grabbing people?
Oh, you want Claudia to come to the microphone?
Claudia, do you mind coming to the microphone? Sorry, just so we can Sure. And those 5 raids were from today?
Correct.
Okay.
And where was one by what school?
She said that one of them was near her grandson's school.
What part of that?
LA. But I think there was a question that
I guess the question is, so there's 5 rates today. Where, if you're not being able to pinpoint ahead of time, how do you then respond and or set up or get people prepared if there are going to be more?
Well, it's not necessarily about preparing them, per se, now. It's our office, along with our community partners, have been unfortunately preparing for this moment, previously, for decades, through the Know Your Rights campaign, as you all know, with the red cards. And doing those campaigns, you all have been working with these community partners for decades, and this is the moment that a lot of them had been working with. This is the second time that this administration comes around, so unfortunately a lot of these partners really just activated this portfolio, and this is what they know how to do pretty well. And it's not really about preparing them, it's about bringing back that particular part of their portfolio and educating them about their rights, and really having the element of the recently arrived part of the immigrant population with the migrant buses in our region, and really with that integrated part of the community, and letting them know what the sanctuaries region really means, and letting them know what their rights are, and and letting them know that we don't know when the rates are going to happen, and that's why it is important for them to know their rights, and for them to understand what their rights are, and to be prepared. And education is key, and that's really the only way they can air quote arm themselves, unfortunately.
All right, we've been listening to LA Mayor Karen Bass, and we are seeing a lot of activity on the ground right now. We've got reporters, including on this bottom right-hand corner. You're seeing lots of activity right now. Is that Matthew Seedorf's picture? That's Laura Diaz, who's joining our coverage for the first time. Laura, I don't know if you can hear me yet. Laura, what's happening? It seems like we'll give you a moment. It appears that there's a lot of activity happening right there, and people are on the move as we get that mic ready to go. Laura, what's happening from your perspective?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Can you hear me? Okay, so what's been happening is that the crowd is being moved down Los Angeles Street. There was a standoff here earlier. A large crowd swelled. There might have been about 400 people here at one time, and then they started approaching the LAPD, who were lined up on the very intersection of LA Street and Temple Street. And at that point, they were trying to get the crowd to go back. There was sort of a back and forth movement. At one point, we did see that there was, smoke bomb released, and just an effort to try to get people to move. They don't want to be overwhelmed by the crowd. So at this point now, they are moving down LA Street. I would say the temperature's coming down a little bit from where it was earlier, but it's been that push and pull for about the last hour that we've been standing here. So this is an effort to try to get the crowd moved out. We see the LAPD. We also see the National Guard. I'm told that there are police departments from various parts of Southern California. Some 10 police departments have come in to assist the LAPD. But right now, this is sort of the calm after the crescendo, as people are being pushed back away from the federal building, headed down towards First Street. And that puts them, pretty close to the LAPD headquarters. But it's an effort to try to control the crowd, and I think not get this to spill out any further than it is. But that's what I've been witnessing over the last hour. We've seen people carrying signs. We hear expletives. Some people are peaceful. Some people are really fired up and doing things they shouldn't be. At one point, heaving bottles, rocks. And then they kind of back off, and they kind of go back on their haunches and wait to see what's happening next. So that's what's happening here at this hour, Alex and Christine.
So that the bottles and rocks, that to you is the crescendo that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what caused the LAPD to have to step it up on their end and, get people to move back. And there's any number of ways you can do that, right? First they ask you to do it, and then if you don't follow the order, then it steps up from there to flashbangs, smoke bombs, and a couple of the pepper bullets going out. So that's the story here live.
All right, Laura Diaz, thank you for that. Down the road from where Laura is, Christina Gonzalez is standing by. Looks like you got lots of law enforcement around you now.
Over here on the right, can you see me? Okay, so on the right, if you can see, we are behind the officers that Laura is in front of. And what is happening is like this gentleman who did not move when they asked him to. They're trying to get everybody out of the way. He kind of fell back and they did not arrest him. They're shaking hands. You can see that they're giving him back his bike. What they're trying to do is what we talked about before. They want to get the entire area around the federal buildings cleared. And as they move forward, let me show you what this looks like behind us, because this is really impressive. Remember that area we came from? Check it out. So these all the way, that's the federal building across the street. You see the personnel vehicles, the armored vehicles. It goes all the way back. And that is where we were standing a little while ago that you saw that big crowd. So now what they're going to try to do is try to disperse this crowd as we move back, as we come back. Every one of these vehicles is full of personnel, and they're ready and waiting. They're hoping this crowd, which is, when we counted it last time, and Laura might have a better number now, or the helicopter, it was about 100 people, what I call the hardcore people. They are being told, I'm listening to the speaker, you have to move back. You need to move back. I have not heard the official order of dispersal, which is very specific. Right now, they're trying to move them back to get them out of the way, to clear this area. And by default, they're losing people as they move away. The crowd is definitely smaller than it was before, but definitely a show of force by LAPD and trying to get people out of the way. We did see a little while ago a couple of arrests. I couldn't tell you how many altogether. I've seen maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah.
No more than that at this point. The crowd is moving back, but I'm sure we'll get numbers later.
All right.
But again, they're pushing them back. Back to you guys.
All right, Christina, thank you. We want to bring into the conversation right now Congressmember Laura Friedman, who joins us now from Washington, D.C. Congressmember, your basic thoughts as you watch everything that's happening in your hometown right now.
Well, people are very upset about the way that Trump is enacting these policies now in Los Angeles. And we've been hearing about it for not just the last few days, but for quite a while. And since the raid started, we've heard so much concern from community members. And I can tell you, I got a daughter who's in 6th grade right now. She'll be graduating next week. And we just got a notice from her school basically warning people that if your children are undocumented or if you have undocumented family members, maybe don't go to school this last week. Don't even finish the last week of school. So this is something that has struck a lot of fear across Los Angeles, and you've seen it with the number of people who have been coming out on the streets to protest.
Do you think that there should be a punishment for being in this country illegally? And if so, what should that be?
Look, I think that we have a dysfunctional immigration system at this point. And before I came into Congress last year, there was a bipartisan bill to shore up the border and to have some sorts of immigration reform to try to bring a little bit more resources and more sense to what's happening. And if that bill that was bipartisan came forward right now, I would be happy to vote for it. We do need security at the border. We need to have a process that's fair, that can vet people adequately, and put people who deserve to be here, people who are seeking asylum, people who have reasons to be in the United States, give them a path to citizenship that makes sense. That's what I would like to see happen.
But, you know, ICE would say that they have deportation orders ordered by a court for the folks that they're going after. And that when they were trying to do that, a lot of folks were getting in their way and impeding them, throwing stuff at them and stopping them from doing their jobs.
Well,
what should happen in these scenarios?
Well, look, let me be clear about 2 things. First of all, if there are people who are throwing things at police officers, who are throwing bottles and rocks, people who are setting vehicles on fire, they should be arrested and held accountable for that. That is completely unacceptable in any circumstance. And I'm, and local officers are, as you can see in the split screen, are there to try to keep the peace. But we have had people come to our office who are in the process of going through immigration who have been picked up. We have people who have been going to court dates, who have been nabbed by ICE while they were at the courthouse trying to immigrate legally into this country. So we're seeing a very scattershot process. And the president himself has said that he wants to focus on people who are dangerous, people who are gang members, people who are criminals. I have no problem with going after people, whether they have a visa or they don't, who are criminals in this country, who are committing crimes. But when we see people who are working as gardeners, people who are working in the back of restaurants being picked up, that's not what the president said he was going to use precious ICE resources on. So we have a finite number of ICE officers. We have a finite amount of resources, and those should be used to focus on people who pose a danger to this country. That's what President Trump promised, but that's not what we are seeing right now.
How do you think we get this situation under control? President Trump thinks the way to do this is to send in the National Guard and send in the Marines. And they would point out the fact that, look, it's not totally under control right now. You still got people in the streets. You still have people doing damage. What do you think is the way to fix this?
Well, as someone who lives in the county of Los Angeles and is a former mayor of a city, I have faith that local law enforcement, plus the hundreds of California Highway Patrol officers that have been sent, have the ability to get this and keep it under control. And the governor has had the ability to bring in the National Guard if the local police felt that they weren't capable. But you just heard Chief McDonald, the LAPD police chief, and you heard the county sheriff talking about how they have the resources and they are perfectly capable of dealing with this. And what I'm worried about are this. I'm worried about the thousands of people who you've seen come out, who are very peaceful and exercising their First Amendment rights. I'm afraid of an escalation, having Marines who are wonderful officers, amazing, brave, soldiers that have volunteered to defend our country, but are not trained in non-lethal combat, who are not trained in crowd control the way that local police officers are. I don't know what the coordination is with those Marines and with our local police. There's a lot of unanswered questions, and the last thing any of us want to see is innocent, peaceful protesters somehow seeing this escalate and being put in any kind of danger.
Why don't you show us that picture one more time for a second so we can get a good shot of it. So what are we looking at here?
This was the protest that I believe was yesterday. There was a lot of SEIU members, union members, and they were protesting the arrest of David Werta, the SEIU leader. There were thousands of people on the street peacefully protesting against the ICE raids and against the arrest of David Werta. And they were peaceful. They were exercising their First Amendment rights, as our Constitution, guarantees. And like you, I hate to see people creating the kind of chaos and danger that we've seen with some individuals, burning cars, throwing rocks. That's, like I said, completely unacceptable, and it's harmful to the cause of these other folks who are marching and assembling peacefully and exercising their rights. And those people who are creating that kind of danger to police officers and to protesters should be arrested and held accountable.
Congressmember Laura Friedman, thanks so much for sharing your views and staying up late for us tonight in Washington. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to get a different view from Congressman Kevin Kiley in a moment, but with this breaking right now, we want to go back to our colleague Christina Gonzalez on the ground.
I don't want to hit you.
Christina, you're...
Yes, okay, let me, sorry about that. I was trying to position myself. So what is going on here is that we are continuing down Los Angeles Street. The pace has definitely picked up with these officers moving the crowd back. We're passing First Street at this point. We're passing LAPD headquarters, where they actually had some damage last night. And at this point, they're asking us to move to this side over here on the sidewalk, because what they want to do is take the square of LA and First Street and secure it. At this point, you've probably lost about 1/3 of the crowd that we originally had.
And they are saying to people that at this point, if they continue, they're going to get arrested. So they're starting that process. We've seen a couple of people get picked up. This is what's left over of the crowd. We can probably go around this side. Do you want to go over here to this side behind the officers? Let me see if we can give you a better point of view. And these are, you can see the non-lethals that they are carrying. Let's see. No, we can't get on that side right now because I got to stay on this side of the officers. I cannot cross this officer's line. But you see behind them, there's about maybe 30 people. And on this side, on the right, there's a few more. We can move back, sir. Yes, yes, sir. But you get a sense that what's happened is they've cut the crowd into 4 different sections, 3 sections actually. And by that, in that way, diminishing the number they have to deal with in one particular front. So they now have 3 fronts, one along Los Angeles, one along First Street, and then on the other side of Los Angeles, they got the guys with the motorcycles doing wheelies back here, not leaving. Can you see them from my side? Yeah, I think you can. And then on the other side, you have people with flags and so forth, and they're kind of trying to push them back. Now, what is also interesting, and I don't know if, as they were moving the crowd back, let's see if you can see there's vehicles going down the street there. Those were people who were kind of driving into this without knowing. So what they're doing now is we're moving past this area. Let's go back here to the side. And they're going to do their formation to try to push that side of the crowd away onto the other street. Again, this is a way of diluting the crowd into smaller numbers and securing an intersection. That way, they don't have everybody just on one side. Here comes the second line. We may be asked to move back. Which way, sir? Which way do you want us to move? This way? Okay. Oh, that way? Okay, sir. Thank you. So they're now putting us with the people, which may be interesting, but now you have a formation. What they will do is this is the formation that's going to deal with the guys with the motorcycles and so forth. Sometimes they want us behind, sometimes they want us in front. You see on the other side of First Street, that's the group with the flags, and that's the group that you had over there. So if you can hear me, we've got now a crowd diminished to about 50 people or so. And that's what's going on at Los Angeles and First Street, which is right next to the headquarters of Los Angeles Police Station.
Gonzalez, thank you for that. And you are seeing a lot of these tactics. Jim McDonald talked about the years and years of practice.
And if you're trying to talk to me, I cannot.
All right, we will get back to Christina when we can get our signal established again. We want to check in quickly with Laura Diaz as well.
Yes, Alex and Christine, I'm standing here on the corner of Main Street and Temple. And so we're right across from LAPD headquarters. What you've seen happen is that the crowd has moved south. They've all now gravitated to this corner. Some people are still driving around in vehicles going in circles. Others are on foot. Some are on bicycles, but there's just kind of a sense of milling about the city, if you will. So this is what we're finding at this hour, that people are just kind of walking around, taking in the scene. Some are taking time to express their opinions. Others, seem very angry, but it's really a mix of people out here. Some people are actually, selling stuff to drink and like that. We just heard, I think, a flash bomb go off. So they're trying to control the crowd. If they get too close to the police, then they're put in a position where they have to get the crowd to walk back. Usually what happens is they ask them to do that first. And if repeatedly they don't respond to that command, then eventually law enforcement is put in a position to have to get people to walk back so that they don't get overcome by the crowd. I apologize for that bad language. Some people walk by, I can't control what they say. But so that's the scene right now. But we are standing in front of LAPD headquarters. I remember when it was built and Bill Bratton telling me how proud of it he was because of the glass. He said it was the people's police and that it would be transparent, and he thought it would be a place of hope for people. I'm sure if former Chief Bratton is watching now, what he's seeing is all of the law enforcement here and the people demonstrating in front of police headquarters. We're not far from City Hall East. We are basically at the seat of government where we are right now. We just walked down from where the federal building is. We're now by City Hall. Not too far from here is the county seat. So what we are seeing is we're seeing the assembly of people here, and they're all expressing themselves, some in a very animated way, others in a more dignified way. Laura Diaz reporting live as we hear them.
Sorry that
police making an effort to control the crowd.
Sorry you're having to go through that. Our thanks to Laura, and hopefully her. Yeah. All right. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. We'll just move on from that and that guy. We look at those pictures there. We're also awaiting. In a moment, we're going to hear from Republican Congressman Kevin Kiley to get his perspective on all of this. We've heard the Democratic perspective a lot, and it's interesting to hear the Republican perspective as well. It looks like there's a bit of movement at the top of that screen. Now we're going to bring in Kevin Kiley, who is the congressman who is joining us live right now. Congressman, thanks so much for staying up late with us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Your big takeaway from all that's going on.
Well, it's horrifying what we've seen, the chaos that has been unleashed in Los Angeles due to the reckless policies of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, who have, first of all, were complicit in the Biden border crisis where millions of people came into the country. It was worse in California than anywhere. And then they've adopted sanctuary policies which directly stop ICE and federal immigration authorities from being able to arrest the most dangerous of these folks in custodial settings, in jails, forcing them to conduct targeted operations within the community. And that's what ICE was doing, standard operations targeting people who have criminal convictions or existing deportation orders, the same thing that administrations, Democrat, Republican administrations have done. Barack Obama deported millions of people, and yet you had the likes of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, as well as state-funded NGOs, by the way, that essentially egged on these rioters. And so we saw unbelievable acts of violence, scenes that you've all been playing on your station of cars being lit on fire. This should not be happening anywhere in our country. And frankly, the blame lies with the governor and the mayor and those who have advanced the policies that brought us to this point.
You know, they make the argument that the sanctuary policy actually makes us more safe because they say it creates more trust in the community, that way you don't have a bunch of people who are living here illegally being afraid to come forward and talk to police if they're the victims of the crime or a witness to a crime, and that they're able to do community-based policing better without people constantly being afraid of being deported. What's your response to that argument?
Well, remember, Alex, the sanctuary law only applies to criminals. It's a special protection for people who not only came to the country illegally, but also have committed a crime. And it says that we're not going to honor a detainer request from ICE. So that is the least disruptive, safest way to do immigration enforcement when it comes to these people who are sort of at the top of the list and have criminal histories and are considered threats to public safety, is to simply transfer custody within a custodial setting. And the sanctuary law prohibits that very thing from happening. And so that's why ICE is forced to do these targeted operations within the community. And so I think that argument is just completely without merit, especially when you consider the fact that it's the sanctuary policy itself that serves to entice a lot of these people to come to the city and to the state in the first place.
What do you make of this decision to send in the National Guard and now to send in the Marines? As a constitutional law expert, which you are, do you like that precedent? Do you think that that's legal, that that's a good precedent to set? And do you think it makes things safer?
Well, the problem is that the governor refused to act. You know, the governor has sent in the National Guard himself in many circumstances in California. When he wanted to make it look like he was doing something about the open-air drug markets in San Francisco, he said, I'm sending in the Guard there. And so clearly this was a situation that required reinforcement, but the governor refused to act. And so the president, as commander-in-chief, it is his prerogative. He has the constitutional authority. He has the statutory authority. When you have actions like this that are targeting federal officials, that are actively interfering with the ability of federal officials to do their job and to carry out their operations, then he has the authority, and he made the decision as commander-in-chief that this was what was necessary to protect public safety and to restore order.
What do you make of this back and forth that we're seeing right now, which seems to be intensifying between Governor Newsom and President Trump? Governor Newsom saying, arrest me, to Tom Homan. President Trump suggesting maybe we should arrest him. He kind of did that with a smile. Governor Newsom saying that President Trump is a stone-cold liar about a lot of different things. The president calling Newsom new scum, saying it's a horrible incompetent. I mean, is this bad for the state of California, for the people of California, the two of them going at it?
Well, it's certainly bad for Newsom to be trying to create this conflict. And I watched your interview with him, or at least some of it earlier, Alex, and he just came across as totally unhinged to me. It's like he understands that now everyone is seeing what we in California have been experiencing for a long time, granted at a much larger scale. But the sort of lawlessness that we see in Los Angeles, actually people have to live with some version of that in their daily lives all too often, with the out-of-control crime that we've had in places like LA and San Francisco. But when it comes to Newsom and his antics, I mean, he's spending more time on social media trying to, troll other politicians than he seems to be spending managing the situation. Like, I'll give you one example. Apparently someone posted a photo of cars on fire, and Newsom felt the need to log on and respond that, oh no, this is an old photo. This isn't from LA, but there were actually other cars on fire in LA. So rather actually attend to that situation, the real threat that our community was facing, he was engaged. He's been trolling Jim Jordan. He's been, doing basically everything he possibly can to try to turn this situation to his political advantage and to save face. You probably saw, maybe I even saw you post this, that he's now sending out fundraising emails and texts saying, oh no, they're going to arrest me. You need to contribute to my PAC. So, I mean, it, I guess, strikes me as someone who has kind of become even more unhinged than usual, but is simply not up to approaching this situation with the seriousness that it requires when that's what his priority is, rather than actually managing the situation, restoring public safety. That's what he's spending his time on. And I think that's of great concern. It should be of great concern to Californians, but I think a lot of people are thankful that at the very least some people are willing to step in and try to do the right thing here.
And of course, he does have a team that I think manages a lot of his social media. I don't know how much of that he's doing himself, but so I understand the point in terms of the priorities. So in terms of where do we go from here, you know as well as I know that a lot of the people that are really problematic are these anarchist types who are just out to cause problems. And we see them at event after event after event. What should happen to them? And how do we get them out of the picture, not only for this incident, but for other incidents going forward, so this sort of thing doesn't keep happening?
Well, that's a great point, Alex. And, why are these people available to go and show up at whatever the riot of the day is? Well, it's because a lot of them have been released from prison early under California's early release laws, and we don't have adequate penalties for those who commit serious crimes. That's why when these NGOs that track the movements of ICE say, oh, they're going here, show up, cause trouble, there are people out there that are willing to do just that. So California needs to toughen its criminal laws. Frankly, I think there's probably room for greater penalties when it comes to federal law as well, when we're talking about people who are inciting riots or who are actively interfering with federal operations or targeting federal officials.
And lastly, are you in D.C. now, I'm assuming, because you guys are in session now? Is this something that people are talking about from other states, I imagine? What are people saying to you about what's happening in California?
Oh, certainly. I mean, people are saying, what is going on with your state? They say, we knew things were bad in California from the perspective of crime and public order and many other things, but they're like, this is something that's absolutely beyond the pale. And no one is buying this narrative that Gavin Newsom is trying to concoct, that somehow it was the arrival of the National Guard itself that caused the problem. I mean, you've been reporting on this the last several days. The Guard didn't arrive until yesterday, and you know what happened well before that.
But in fairness, President Trump also claimed that the Guard solved the problem before the Guard arrived. So that wasn't exactly great either.
Well, I don't know what that reference was, but the fundamental issue
he
here
put out
is,
a press release saying, thank the Guard for doing a great job, and they didn't arrive for 6 hours after that.
Well, that actually, I mean, if true, just serves to confirm the point that I made, which is that Newsom's attempt to somehow make this seem like it was the arrival of the Guard that caused this problem is absolutely false. The president decided to act because of how out of control things had gotten in LA. In fact, I just saw he put up something saying that, you know, we were fine. There was no problem until Trump got involved. I mean, you've been reporting on things in LA, not only the last few days, Alex, but would you describe the city as an oasis of peace and harmony? I mean, no, the city has had huge problems with lawlessness, with law and order, with crime, and a whole host of other things. And now people across the country are seeing that in a very vivid way. And so I think that's kind of to your question, like, what are people saying back in DC? They're saying, wow, California has really gone off the rails here. These are not the sort of scenes we want to see in our own cities and in our own states. And so my message would be, then make sure that you don't have the sort of policies that California has had. Don't have an open border. Don't be sanctuary jurisdictions. Don't let criminals out of prison early. Don't fund NGOs that are, you know, going around trying to incite lawless behavior. And don't use the sort of incendiary, inflammatory rhetoric many a lot of this lawlessness on.
Well, Congressman Kevin Kiley, thank you so much for sharing your perspective. What I love about this show and this station is we get to hear a lot of different perspectives and people get to make up their own minds. So we had Governor Newsom on last night. We had Congresswoman Friedman with her perspective, and now we have your perspective as well. And we welcome all perspectives here, and we thank you for sharing your views, and hope you have a good night.
I appreciate it. Anytime.
Thanks so much. All right, we want to go back to the ground now as we continue to watch these pictures from the air. Laura Diaz, looks like things have calmed down a bit where you are.
Yes, they have calmed down, and we've moved, about a block away. We're now at 1st Street and Spring, near Gloria Molina Park. I'm able to look up and see the Sheriff's Department is here in force. They are in riot vehicles. You see some of them standing in front of those vehicles. And if we panned off to the right, I don't know if Elliot's able to do that or not, there are actually sheriffs standing on the front of the building, too, on the other side, on the southern edge. And this is what we've been experiencing throughout the day, and what I experienced over the weekend, too. What you see is that the crowd will be at one intersection, and then it moves. It's interesting because our security detail said to us that they think perhaps this is being orchestrated. And, you know, in this year, in this time when everybody's on social media, that might be quite possible, where somebody is sending out some kind of a post telling people to move. But we do see the crowd go from point A to point B. They seem to know where they want to go. That's unless they're being pushed by law enforcement to a different location. But right now, things have calmed down a bit. It's a lot of the same people we saw before, just one block over. But the temperature seems to be a little calmer than it was when we talked to you last. Kind of just a wait and see feeling here right now, Alex.
Break down the crowd if you can. And it's hard to tell this just from seeing what you're seeing in terms of who's out there as genuinely, I'm making my point about ICE and I've got a passionate perspective on this, and who's out there just to mess things up and, you know, let's go.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Alex, because I was trying to get a clear sense, too, of the demographics of these people who are coming out to protest, and also the ones who cross the line and become lawbreakers. They are two distinct groups. But I would say, in general, the crowd is young. It is heavily minority, I would say. Latino, black, I see some Anglos in the group too. They tend to be young, but most of the group seems to be people of color. And some of them are law-abiding and some of them are crossing the line, wanting to antagonize law enforcement. And that's when it escalates at that point. If something is thrown at one of these officers, they have the right to retaliate, and they're exercising that right. Now, just right now, we saw one of those riot vehicles. I believe that our cameraman, Elliot, is following that movement now, heading down Spring Street. And I think this is designed just to let people know, hey, we're here. You can peacefully demonstrate, but if you cross that line, there's a price to pay for it. So that's what we're witnessing right now. I don't hear anybody screaming or yelling. It's really kind of calm. A lot of people think I think came to just check out the scene. I mean, downtown LA, you can get here on public transportation, you can walk on foot. There are a lot of ways to get here. And some people, I think, view it as a happening and they want to be part of it. I don't even know how invested they are in the cause on one side or the other. I think they just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, it reminds you of so many instances, you know, even on the freeway sometimes when there's a crash, people slow down because they just want to see what's happening, and there's a human instinct. Not that I'm comparing this to a crash, but I'm just saying that there's a human instinct sometimes to see what's happening as well. All right, Laura, thank you for that. We have spent so much time focused on downtown Los Angeles, but there are other communities in Southern California where there have been protests, including in Santa Ana. Let's show you some of this. This was quite a scene here where protesters attacked a vehicle and then blocked the pathway of immigration vehicles. This was Lou Correa was there, and he landed from Washington. Democratic congressman says he was shocked to hear of ICE raids being conducted across Orange County. He issued a statement saying, in part, quote, "Yesterday everything was good and boring in Santa Ana. Everyone's going to church and going to the grocery store. It was a beautiful day. This is inciting fear in our community." So you see some of that there, this effort to stop the folks at the detention center, and it got a little chaotic there. A smaller crowd than what we've seen in downtown Los Angeles, but still people out there having their say, and we see law enforcement there trying to protect the property as well. So it's it's not just focused. It was interesting. Mayor Bass also suggested that there is National Guard folks in Westwood tonight as well. So look at this. This was some video from earlier that was pretty startling to me. And you see this. These are boxes of masks being handed out, and a lot of folks seeming to just grab them like candy. These look like they are bionic face shields, which we looked at their website, is basically recommended for machinists and auto body shops as a way to protect one's face. I don't think we expect to have a lot of cars coming in for repair work tonight. So that sort of seemed like the thing that you would have as a precaution if you were planning to or getting ready to potentially have some sort of conflict with law enforcement. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight and something like that isn't needed, as we see this particular crowd on the move, some of them holding Mexican flags, many of them covering their faces as they're on the move. We want to get an update now about the Waymo vehicles that we saw, and Waymo service was suspended in downtown LA. They're not driving in downtown LA after those cars were torched. And look at this picture from Skyfox. Now that was the image over the weekend. Essentially what happened is people requested the cars. Remember, these are self-driving cars, so there's no driver there to know I'm going into a trap. And all these cars came thinking, the computer thinking they're going to pick somebody up, and instead they were torched. And as you know, when you have an electric vehicle, the lithium-ion batteries are especially flammable, and those flames are hard to put out, and so they basically had to let these things burn in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, which became a picture that was used all over the world as sort of the image of what's been happening in downtown. This is what was left of those vehicles, literally a pile of just total destruction. And they're cleaning that up today. But if you want to have a Waymo in downtown, it's not going to happen, at least for the foreseeable future, as an understandable precaution for that company. Back live now. It looks like we are, I think, near the federal building, and you see a police line there. And it has been interesting watching the police in action over the last hour. It's been clear part of their strategy has been to separate out these protest groups into smaller groups, which are easier to control, and then to get these folks moving away from some of the targets that they're especially want to protect. Get them moving away from the freeway, away from some of these federal buildings, and it seems to be working. And the crowd does not have as much power when it is smaller. And when you have more law enforcement, obviously, than you have members of the crowd, it's much, much easier to control them. So you see pretty effective techniques that the LAPD has been using in this part of town for decades, now being put into place in the streets of downtown Los Angeles. And this is not the kind of thing that the National Guard or the Marines would be expected to do in the streets. And we'll see. You know, so far we have not seen, we've seen some people preparing, look like preparing for conflict. We've seen some people throw some rocks and bottles and glass and all the rest of it. But we have not seen this sort of widespread chaos and fires and just total, complete sort of anarchy kind of pictures that we saw over the weekend, at least not yet. And so maybe as the sun goes down, this particular protest might die out a bit and people head home and we don't have all of that chaos tonight. Let's hope so. It's obviously important for people to be able to be protected when they are expressing their First Amendment rights, but if they do commit crimes, it's also important for criminals to be held accountable, and that includes being arrested and be prosecuted, not only to be put to justice, but as a sign to everybody else that that sort of behavior is not okay. So as we walk through the streets of downtown LA, we appreciate our camera guy getting his 10,000 steps and then some as he walks with these demonstrators, these protesters, who this group has been largely peaceful that we've been seeing. So we've also had a kind of a crazy day in terms of a back and forth between President Trump and Governor Newsom. We talked about that some with Kevin Kiley, who obviously is well known as one of Governor Newsom's most dramatic critics. But it's been interesting today because Governor Newsom last night suggested that he could be arrested by Tom Homan, who is leading a lot of the president's immigration efforts. He suggested that that would be fine by him, essentially. And so there's been a back and forth today and tonight. And I don't know if we have any of that we can play and give you a sense of that. Here's some of that.
What crime has Governor Newsom committed?
A crime has he committed?
Yeah, to warrant his arrest, as you
I think his
suggested earlier.
primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
So that was President Trump earlier today. This is Governor Newsom video of him talking to me last night at LA County's Emergency Operations Center. And he has said that President Trump is a liar, and he's also enjoying this conflict, that the conflict is good politics for him. Here's some of what he told me.
Not for peacemaking. He's here for war. He wants a civil war on the streets of America, not just here. He's testing the boundaries by nationalizing the federal guard. Heck, his own great...
What do you make of the fact that he says, you want a civil war on the streets of America?
No, that's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it to people like him. And I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. But he's grossly incompetent.
Well, we appreciate Peter Doocy clearly watching our interview from last night. So there is a response from President Trump to our interview here on Fox 11. And it's interesting, the fact that the two of them have gotten along pretty well behind the scenes for many years. They got along well on COVID relief. They got along well on the fire recovery here in Southern California this year. Both of them complimenting each other. The governor saying that the president was instrumental in the Army Corps of Engineers being ahead of schedule. And so you see this conflict. But the fact that the president said, "I always liked him," may give you an indication that some of this is a little performative from both of them, and that actually would be a good thing for the state and for the country if the two of them actually don't want to go to civil war. Tom Homan, who is leading this immigration effort for the president, who's been here in Southern California the last few days, who's the one who suggested that Gavin Newsom might need to be arrested, he was on with Jesse Waters on the Fox News channel. Here's some of what he said tonight.
Well, what would you arrest him for?
Well, look, I was interviewed by an embassy reporter. He asked me about the protesters. So look, they got the right to protest, but they can't cross that line. They can't impede our enforcement efforts. They can't put hands on our officers. They can't knowingly harbor and conceal illegal aliens from us. I said, so if they cross that line, they're going to be prosecuted. And the question was, well, how about Mayor Bassett and Governor Newsom? What if they cross that line? I says, they'll be prosecuted too. Haven't they said for the last 4 years, no one's above the law? They cross the line, we'll seek prosecution. You and I would be held accountable. They prosecuted President Trump. No one's above the law. That's what they said. Either is the Governor Newsom. If he crosses that line, we'll simply ask the Attorney General to seek prosecution. It wasn't a threat. No one threatened to arrest him. But if he crosses that line and commits a crime, he's no better than anybody else who will seek prosecution.
That if the governor commits a crime in terms of impeding an investigation, which is what, by the way, they say that David Werta, the head of the SEIU, they say he did that. Obviously, he's going to fight that in court and expects to be cleared. That's the suggestion. So it's not, they're not accusing Governor Newsom of having done that. So I wouldn't expect an imminent arrest coming. And by the way, Governor Newsom, in our interview yesterday, made very clear that he believes that anybody who commits illegal acts, including messing with police officers, they should be prosecuted and sent to jail. Let's go back now to Laura Diaz, our reporter on the ground. And it feels like the temperature's a bit cooler at this point, Laura. And it seems like part of the reason of that is because the LAPD has separated the crowd a bit.
It was actually the Sheriff's Department earlier. I'm going to take this out of my ear because I'm getting feedback. It was the Sheriff's Department earlier that told the crowd to disperse. And in the process of doing that, people did start to move back. The thing is, if they're ordered to disperse and then they act on it, then they're not breaking any laws. And, you know, my detail here, our security detail, pointed out to me that this all seems to be very well orchestrated. So people know that if they move and they just go a couple of blocks over, they're now not violating any laws. So that's what you're seeing now, is this group on the move as they head from Broadway, headed now towards the freeway. And as long as they're moving, they're not in violation of that order to disperse. So it's all been quite interesting. A lot of the signs that we're seeing, you were asking me earlier about the group, the signs that we're seeing, they seem to be heavily manufactured, as though someone paid money to create the sign. It's not like I would go into the kitchen and scrawl a sign. It's you know, it's better put together than that. So it's kind of an interesting point about who may have paid for that. And also we see shirts too that are somebody spent some money on. So that's the scene right here across from the Hall of Justice. We'll continue to update you from downtown Los Angeles. Laura Diaz reporting live. Sending it back to you, Alex.
Laura Diaz, thank you so much. And it is when we saw those masks that were being handed out, it's clear somebody's paying for that too. So there is a bit of organization on this. And by the way, before we go, we want to show this. Do we have this image from Matthew Seedorf? Okay. We've just, if you check out Matthew Seedorf's social media, the rock thrower from Saturday's violent crash in Paramount has been identified. We'll have more on that later on tonight. We are going to pause our coverage for now. If anything major happens, we will jump back on the air. A reminder that we have news now on Channel 13 every night from 8 to 10 p.m. And then we are back here on Fox 11 every night at 10 p.m. But again, if anything super dramatic happens, we'll jump back here on Fox 11 in the meantime. Thank you for watching our continuous coverage here on Fox 11. We now turn things over to Extra with Billy Bush. Please be safe. Our continuous coverage here on Fox 11. We now turn things over to Extra with Billy Bush. Please be safe out there tonight.
In comedy.
It's pretty good, right?
It's so good.
I have my grandmother to thank for that.
I heard that story. She had a group of women.
So it's her mother's maiden name. There was 3 daughters in that family, and they called them the Misfortunes. So that was the group of women I think you might be thinking of. And she just really, really wanted my mom to name me Fortune. She was very adamant about it.